surrounded by the pressing issue of climate change. Sorry about that. Okay, so as we are gathered here this morning, surrounded by the pressing issue of climate change, which affects all of us, from rising temperatures to extreme weather conditions, we appreciate this collaboration between the Dean of Students, Adolf, Inhlanyelo Hub, and the Department of Psychology, that we can be here and discuss measures and solutions to this issue that we are facing. So the first speaker for the day is going to be Ms. Teboho Mangope. I believe she's connected online. Can you please confirm for me? Is Teboho online connected? Okay, so she's going to be giving us the message of support and objective of the day. Mangope is the manager of student social development in the Office of Student Development. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, the program director. My name is Teboho Mangope from the office. Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I was worried. Yeah, my name is Teboho Mangope from the Office of the Dean of Students. I'm so excited to extend our warmest welcome and also happy that you are participating in this important event of the climate change. And also the Office of the Dean of Students, Department of Open Virtual Hub, Inhlanyelo Hub, Department of Psychology. It's so excited that you have raised your hands to say that you want to form part of the important discussion that we will be having today of the climate change. The aim of the symposium is to create awareness, because I think that it's very important that we have the conversation within the higher institution regarding the climate change, and also to foster a learning environment in order to encourage climate-ready graduates. Climate-ready graduate is the one who is able to combine both the academic and traditional knowledge system. On that note, the program director, I would like to welcome the students and the presenters for the day to have a discussion and also to continue to have the discussion within the higher learning institution. As the question has been raised, is that the business, the higher institution, and other departments, we need to get involved, as it's also affecting our life, and also to understand what is the effect of the climate change. How is it affecting us as individuals? And we cannot be left out as the higher institution and not have a discussion regarding the climate change. So I'm looking forward also to welcome the presenters to elaborate more on that. How is it affecting us? How we can encourage our students to participate, because we cannot be standbyers when we can see the results of the climate change. Without wasting any time, the program director, I will hand over to you, and so excited to form part of this symposium and welcome the students, the participants, and also the presenters. Over to you, the program director. Thank you so much.
Program director, you muted.
Apologies, colleagues. Matali, can you please unmute?
Karen? Hello? Can I get a confirmation if everybody online can hear me? Maybe a thumbs up?
We can hear now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I am told that the NSRC representative is not here yet. So they will give us a message of support later. And we are just going to move on the next presenter who's going to give us a message of support, Dr. Harold Ngongwane, who's connected online as well.
Thank you very much. I just want to check if my voice is audible.
Double.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Department of Psychology, we really appreciate this honor to become part of this event. We really support the initiative, and we believe that today we're going to be having robust conversations relating to issues of climate and health and prosperity. And we wish to thank everyone for joining us, whether they are on in the room or they are remotely through our digital lifeline or in the region centers. So I think it's an honor to stand and also to speak amongst dedicated peers, leaders, and change makers. So today the focus is on the issues of prioritizing climate change by governments, businesses, educational institutions. And I think for too long we've framed the issues of climate crisis as a distant issues of either melting ice caps or rising sea levels. And that is a narrow approach, and it ignores the daily realities for millions. So the evidence which our various research paints a much clearer and more urgent picture that climate change is not an environmental problem, but is a total human system crisis. So it's an interconnected web of risk that cuts across our physical bodies, our mental health, and the stability of our economy and the technology that underpins our society. So as a distance learner, this event will definitely challenge you and challenge also experts to think more critically about the impact of climate and the impact it has on physical bodies and mental health. So I think the crisis on individual levels is something that we need to reflect on, that the climate change is one we must not overlook. The crisis is on human health, and it focuses on two elements. Firstly, we're looking at physical attack. It has an impact on the physical attack in terms of extreme heat, air pollution, and contaminated water, which directly imposes has a direct impact on the public health sector. But also, it's also focusing on the mental health crisis, where research has shown that issues such as disaster, floods, droughts, and fires, they have a direct impact on issues such as anxiety and depression. So it is a very important discussion to have alongside that climate change has an impact on mental health. And other studies actually have shown that climate change is not does not only affect the individual well-being, but it also affects other systems such as economy and the political systems. So it's a conversation that we need to have in order for us to have a way forward. But also for distance learning students, this crisis is profoundly intensified. You are by design more isolated. You often lack the immediate day on campus support networks that buffer stress. So when climate disaster hits, your primary concern to education, peers, and support is often hampered. So I think today is a very important event that we need to, it gives us a platform for us to have robust discussions about climate change and its impact on the economy, on the mental health. So on behalf of the Department of Psychology, we urge everyone to get involved in these conversations. And our role here is to also encourage students to do more research, and that climate change becomes a more well-researched niche area, that we integrate climate change specifically into psychology, where we focus on climate psychology or the impact of climate change on psychological well-being. So we are really honored to become part of this program, and we wish all and everyone who is participating all the best for today's session. Thank you.
Program Director, you are muted once again, sorry.
As Doc said, that climate change affects all of us as individuals, and it's no longer just an environmental issue, but
Program Director, you are muted once again, sorry.
technical team, can you please assist me? Okay. Can you now hear me online? Can you please confirm?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thumbs up, please. Hello? Can
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for that message of support, Dr. Ngongwane. As you have said that we are all affected as individuals by climate change, and it's no longer just an environmental issue, but a human system crisis. And it's very interesting to know and learn that climate change has an impact on our mental health as well. So it definitely is a human issue, and we all need to come together, and tackle this issue and on how we're going to resolve it moving forward. Thank you so much for that. So we are going to have our first presenter. I think I'm done with messages of support for now. Dr. Chetty, who is here with us from ADOV, who's going to present on building climate-ready graduates and the role of UNISA ADOV. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, so good morning, everyone. It sounds like you're like at a depressing place. Everyone says good morning. You're excited to be here? Yeah, it's an exciting topic, and I think, well, Natma is getting our presentation ready. It's really an exciting topic, and I think considering the fact that we see so many young people here, it means that this is something that really affects all of us. And we can't take this in a way that, if we sit down and let the rest of the world fight this for us, we'll wake up one morning and realize that somebody else has full control over our future. And we can't leave that. So it's interesting. Okay, so I'm hoping that this is actually sharing on the screen as well. Are we good? No, but those that are online, can you see the presentation? Okay, perfect. Okay. Thanks so much. Let me move this. Okay, so what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, but first let me start by saying congratulations to Natma and the rest of the team in Department of Psychology and the rest of the colleagues on this exciting initiative. And I think that this is, as I said, one step for us in the right direction. And I also see that there are many students online as well. And what I want to talk about is what does this mean for us as UNISA when we start talking about future, really building graduates that when you leave UNISA, you can already think about what happens in the space that you're working in terms of climate change. Because if you look at many of the industries, many of the companies that are working, this is one of their social mandates, part of corporate responsibility. But what does it mean for you to be a graduate and equipped for the space on the outset? And I'll tell you a little bit about what we are doing as UNISA, as the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, and hopefully how you, if you haven't already been involved in the spaces, how you can actually leverage this and start getting involved in these spaces as well. So firstly, when we think of the role of higher education in addressing climate change, we think of critical issues. And if I had to ask you quickly in your own spaces, if you had to quickly think of higher education and climate change, what's the first thing that comes in mind? Anybody, if you're online, you can post your comments online, and Natma can check online for us. Anybody here, what is the first thing that comes to mind when you start thinking of the role of higher education? What kind of education would you want? Yes, please go ahead. Yeah. Okay, solution driven. Anyone else? Anyone else? When you think of the role of higher education, curriculum. Perfect, perfect. So solution driven, how we can integrate curriculum into our curriculum. Please go ahead. Okay, we can wait for microphone. Then Natma, you can just check. If you're online, you can just quickly post your comments as well. We'll field that for you.
Thank you. Exactly. I wanted to say what he said. Thank you. I wanted to say what he said in mind. So what I think is that higher education is meant to prepare us as students for what is happening in the world. Like, for example, taking the information that we're being taught at schools or in the university and implementing it in our world and our society.
But there's got to be a connection between what's happening in the space.
Yes.
And I think that's important because what you are actually seeing is 3: solution-driven curriculum integration and connection. And when we start, Natma, is there anything online? That's an interesting one. Exactly. So changing the social status, critical thinking. And when we think of specifically for us in terms of UNISA, in the African context, we think of knowledge creation and research. I mentioned this earlier, is that if we don't hone the agenda for climate change, somebody else is going to own that agenda. And if we don't start thinking strategically of how we position ourselves in the African context, imagine being colonized in a climate change issue. Right? And that's exactly what will happen because somebody else will start taking and driving it. And if they got the funds, they got the economy, they start driving it. So what does it mean for us in the global south to start thinking about knowledge creation and research? Climate change, curriculum development, you've mentioned much of this, but how do we also move? We talk about digital literacy, we talk about AI literacy, but what about climate change literacy? How do we educate the next generation on what's affecting us? Innovation in technology and development. We are advancing artificial intelligence, right? But what does artificial intelligence do to the environment? Have you ever considered that in terms of the impact that it has, right? And these are critical issues that you as students must engage because it's about ethical engagements in these spaces, right? Then community engagement and advocacy. There's no point other people fighting our own battles. If we start thinking about in the African context and we think about how energy is being manipulated, we start to think about how the environment is being, for lack of a better word, raped of our resources, right? And he's thinking about that critically of how we start engaging with this. If we look at the amount of advocacy and protest in the global north, why aren't we as Africans fighting for a stronger advocacy agenda, right? Global capacity building and global citizenship. We need to start thinking about even the role of higher education, of how do we build capacity, not just in curriculum, but even in co-curricular activities that we are advancing. How do we build curriculum to a point of view where we build capacity so that if you come out, for example, as a CEO trained with economics, how do you build in those elements from a university perspective, right? And then global citizenship. As I mentioned this earlier as well, is that when we start thinking of citizenship and the role of higher education, it is to broaden your horizons. If you're only restricted to what you see within UNISA, it means you become irrelevant to anything outside of us, right? And this is the point. How do we think of global citizenship and relevancy in terms of higher education? Now, UNISA's role and commitment to the SDGs. We report in terms of this Sustainable Development Goals, we report as an institution on what we are doing and contributing to that. The reality is, we are already in closing down 2025. If you think about, we're already in October, right? Entering October in a few days. And if we look at the SDGs in the space of 2030, they will have been completed. But if we look at what we've achieved, we haven't fully achieved the UN SDGs as what we've targeted for ourselves, which means that the reality is, can we achieve what we need to in terms of the SDGs in the next 5 years? I think it's practically impossible, right? So we need to rethink this and start prioritizing what the SDGs means for us and how UNISA can actually contribute towards this. Research and innovation in sustainable development. We speak about SDG 1, including poverty. We talk about the SDG 4 in terms of quality education, SDG 5 in terms of gender equity, and SDG 17 in terms of climate action. But we also talk about SDG 17 in terms of partnerships and goals, which means that when we think of the climate change as an SDG cannot be in isolation from the other SDGs. Okay, it must see as an integrated SDG, which means that we must think about how do we bring in partnerships as part of this too? How do we bring in equity in education to broaden out climate change issues, right? So we must think of a much more holistic approach to our SDGs. And I think this is UNISA's role in strategically thinking about that. Our institutional commitment and partnerships, one of the important things that I know Netma and the rest of the colleagues are also pushing is how do we foster a much more stronger collaboration, not just with higher education institutions, but with industry? How do we position ourselves more strategically with global partners and think about what's happening? And this is where it becomes an important part for us as an institution. Think about it. Many institutions globally want to link up with UNISA. But if we simply link up with UNISA for the sake of internationalization projects and not think about these critical issues that are affecting us, then that means these partnerships are not very strategic. So we need to think about how do we bring these partnerships more strategic. Now, here's the thing. As students, you need to drive the agenda. If you don't drive the agenda of who we partner with and how we collaborate and what you get out of it, it means these partnerships have a good proposal for us, but there's nothing coming substantial out of it. So you see how it becomes quite critical for you to start thinking about how do you leverage these partnerships as students as well in what UNISA is pushing forward. And I know VC is actually pushing a lot of internationalization, but what does that mean for you? How do you then leverage these collaborations as internationalization? How do you benefit from what the VCs are already rolling out? And how do you ride on that agenda in terms of the climate change discourses, right? Then approach of ADO. Now, some of you talk about a little bit about setting against that background. What do we do as the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, and how do we actually push this agenda as climate change? So the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub is funded through a DED University Capacity Development Grant, and one of the activities that we've built in is to look specifically at climate change, focusing on green technology. Now, you may ask why green technology? Is because as an institution, if we are advancing technology, we should be advancing it in a responsible way. You agree with me? Okay. So it means that while we say clean technology, while we say advanced artificial intelligence, while we say advanced robotics, we need to think about what does that mean for us from a responsible perspective as an institution. Think about 350,000 students, over 4,000 staff, all tapping into a very robust technology network. What does that do to the environment? Right? These are the critical conversations that we need to have. So what do we do as ADOVE? Firstly, when we start thinking of climate readiness and graduates, and specifically graduates that are exiting the university system, we think of addressing an urgent global challenge, climate change, biodiversity, loss, displacement. We look at how this is felt globally, and this is why one of our strong components is also to bring in a lot of international students as part of this collaboration, right? Preparing a workforce for a green economy, we always believe that whatever we do as an institution, we must prepare you for a workforce. If we don't prepare you for what's outside in the labor environment, it means that you will get out without any climate knowledge and get into a corporate company which simply continues the trajectory of devastating our climate, right? Empowering communities and societies, that's one of the things that we're doing, and we're hoping that as we start building your competencies as graduates, that when you get out, you start impacting the communities around you as well. Then the approach of ADO continues shaping policy and governance. Now, this is the critical thing, and I always stress this to students. If you've got 400,000 students at UNISA, imagine the impact that you can do at policy level. You agree with me? Right, which means that 400,000 students. Now think about it, right? If you get out and you start signing petitions with 20,000, 30,000 students, and you can influence policies. Imagine having 400,000 students and the impact of policies that you can shape in an institution. You cannot in the country, but what it means is moving from not just your qualification, thinking about your responsibility as graduates coming out from an institution. And this is also while you're leveraging internationalization, start thinking of how you leverage your student body of 400,000 students to drive policy changes in this country. If you can start thinking about that in terms of
Apologies, colleagues. We don't have sound correctly.
Start thinking about research and evidence-based decision making is as you start thinking about what you're doing in your qualifications, how do you take your qualifications into a space that becomes relevant in terms of the social spaces? And this is what we start talking about as part of these things, right? Core skills, competencies. Communication and negotiation skills. Graduating from a university, and not just UNISA, graduating from a university and not being able to dominate a public space without the skills or lacking the skills to think about how do you engage public speaking. You know, in my young days when we were growing up in schools, one of the things that we did as co-curricular activities was public speaking. Right, and I don't know if you all still do this, but we should, you know, growing up in communities, they should actually go and do this course, go and do this training as part of public speaking. And what you will do is attend these extra classes where they teach you to be confident public speakers. Right now, you can't be a confident public speaker if you don't know what cause you're fighting for, right? If you have the skills to be eloquent enough, but do not have the passion about what you're speaking, then you become loud voices making big noises, but nothing relevant. So it's how do you join in public speaking with a cause that you're passionate about? And this is what the model UN talks to you about, right? It talks about how do you become passionate about something. You joined the cause, you did the cause, and it talks about those kind of issues, right? But also what you are introduced into leadership and collaborative competencies. One of the things, and I'm hoping Network picks up this later, is that part of the cause is to get speakers that are international. And it allows you to engage with what international thoughts are about. Now, when I say international thoughts, it's always good to hear what we are talking about locally in South Africa and Africa, but if you do not know what the rest of the world is engaging with, then we're talking in our little corner with no relevance, right? And this is what this particular model, UN model, does. It actually forces you to understand what are the global trends in the space. Right? And when we start talking about global trends, it starts talking about what is the US doing. Now, we know the current US president has no idea about what climate change is, right? He's actually, for him, it's a big hoax. And hopefully the US one day will open up their eyes and see that this is not a hoax, this is something that affects all of us, right? But The reality is we need to know what's happening in the rest of the world. And this is what we are exposing you as part of this course. Is what is happening in the rest of the world. Now, here's the other thing. You get introduced to some big voices in terms of whether it's CEOs, whether it's key professors leading the trends. It's to understand what are the thoughts that dominate the space, right? And if you are passionate about climate change, you can't do this in isolation from the rest of the discussions. You need to know what's happening. And this is where research, evidence-based collaborations becomes an important part for you, right? Then, how do we move from, go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
It's about $800 billion that was required from the countries all over the world.
Yeah.
So now, from Trump's stance on his opinion, saying that what's it called? Climate change is a facade in a way, because that was his opinion. So I want to know that how does climate finance, how is it going to be utilized in order to make sure that we have its impact has a real change in the world?
Well, this is the thing. A president can wake up one day and say, no, he doesn't believe in it, but it doesn't mean the businesses around the country that in the US, for example, that supports climate change would fall for those kind of issues.
Yes.
If we look at some of the big, for example, Microsoft and the rest of the companies, these are companies that basically contribute towards the climate change discussions. Right. So while you have, and this is where my point goes, is that we need to shape those voices that can influence government regulations, not just in Trump's time. Think, for example, in our own country. How many of you know how much of funds we are even implementing in our putting in our own country in terms of climate change? Can anyone tell me here? No. How much of funds? How many of you know how much of funds from our home country? We talked about the US, but let's leave the US because we know the US have their own politics, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about our own country, right? How many of you sitting in this room and even online know how much of money that our country has actually set aside for climate change? How many of you know what actions our government has actually committed towards climate change?
Up to so far, I think a lot of countries haven't really dived into that idea of investing into climate change. And as much as they said on the COP29 summit that around 300 trillion is required from Africa to invest in climate change, I think as Africans or as an African countries are not doing enough to invest in climate change.
You're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. And the thing is, while maybe this is also an issue, right? So while we are thinking of climate change, the issue that many African presidents and many African countries argue is that we have other issues that take precedence as well. But the challenge for me, and this is it, is you can have a country that is well established in terms of economics, but with no future if we do not understand what the climate environment is. We've got to strike a balance between what are the social issues that confront us versus the climate change issue that's confront us. It's useless saying we're shaping a new social class of young people that are economically well established through education, and you don't have a world to live in. It's pointless. So we need to strike that balance between these two things. And I think this is the important part. The reality is whether Africa can contribute that much of money if we don't prioritize it. I think that's another question for us. But going back to my earlier point, is that as young people that are seated here, and if you don't know what's happening in your country in terms of where the priorities are in climate change, in terms of where the money is invested, how do you fight government regulations and policies if you do not know what the priorities of the country is? So it means that while you are thinking of climate change, and while you're thinking about the impact that it has, you can't do it without a multi-sector engagement. You got to think of what's happening in the agriculture space. You got to think of what's happening in the economic space. You got to think of what's happening in the technology space. And this is where multi-sector conversations comes in. So as young people, you need to think about how do you position yourself across the different sectors in this country to engage with these issues, right? Let me continue. So what happens in the approach of Arrow is we start moving into application, right? And when we start moving into application, we start thinking about how do we critically engage? And this is the brilliant thing about it. You're sitting here And in these classes that we have with the Model UN, we have about 600 or 700 plus that are engaging. But you'll see that these are brilliant voices that are coming out. Some of the issues that you think that these young people are advocating, and I'm not talking about just from South Africa, you even have students across in Ethiopia that are part of it, in Mozambique that are part of it. And you hear how they are engaging with these issues and the passion that they have. And this is why it's very important that you start engaging in platforms like these to understand what's happening in the global spaces, right? So what does the application of the Adolf model talk about? Understanding climate governance, as I mentioned earlier, negotiating of climate solutions, and evidence-based advocacy of climate environment. If we start thinking along these lines, and we start thinking about, how do we move from one space how do we move from one space of understanding climate governance to negotiation of climate solutions and evidence-based advocacy, it moves us to a point of being much more knowledgeable about what we're doing. Now, remember, as IE education, what we are here to do is to create an opportunity for you to be educated on these issues. We can't take you to the streets to fight that issue. When we educate you with these issues, you then need to take it to the next step. So if you get educated on climate change and green technology, this computer is gone completely off, but it's fine. I'm almost to the latter part of it. So if you start educating on climate change and the issues, right? And if we start pushing you towards advancing the issues and shaping up the agenda and the knowledge of it, right? What it then means is, how do you take education that you get at an institution, and how do you take that graduate ability? How do you then move it into a public sector? Right? So you get that idea, that correlation between it, right? We can't take you on the road and say, let's start fighting these issues. But what we can do is educate you on the issues. Once we start educating you on the issues, it then means it's in your hands on what you do with this, right? And this is the kind of approach that Adobe is moving, is while we are saying we're training you with technology, we're training you because Adobe focuses on digital resilience, we start focusing on technology. While we are training you on technology, while we are building your capacity on technology, how do you then move from an eye education perspective? How do you then move with what the knowledge that you have into a public sector and start fighting these engagements? Now, unfortunately, I don't have the slides on, but later on, no, it's fine, no worries, it's fine. The latter part of it is to show you we've created the Model UN is basically an online course, right? So you can join the online course, you can join the course and see what's happening in the spaces. Right? And what it means for you to do is to be part of this conversation. What we do as part of the Academic Development Open Virtual Lab is twofold. We educate you on climate change. We bring in international voices as part of that education. We create opportunities for you to understand what policies are internationally. The climate change, the Model UN MOOC is actually being run by an international organization. It's not South African based. It's run by a UN partner as well. And then what we expect you to do is, what do you do with this knowledge? The second step, how do you move from knowledge driven to advocacy? And that's where we become part of the Model UN. And what we do is, as part of the Model UN, is to allow this type of engagement of advocacy to build up and create that opportunities for you, right? So in my last part of this, what we want to do is actually encourage you to join these sessions. We want you to start joining these initiatives that we put as part of the Academic Development Open Virtual Lab, because at the end of the day, it's about creating graduates that can impact the environment and impact the society around us. So when you graduate from UNISA, we don't want you just to graduate with a qualification, get out of there and start making money. We want you to get rich. We want you to make money because that's what we all want, right? We all want to succeed. But the thing is, we also want to think about what is the social responsibility that you have as graduates coming out from UNISA. Now, let me tell you, this is one of them, and the last point I'll make. Whenever we have these discussions, and a lot of the international people that come to, and I remember last year when we had specifically the Model UN, we had the UN resident of, or was at that point based in, I think it was, well, she's now in Japan. But she basically, one comment that came out from the discussions that we had was that UNISA students are one of the most critical bunch of students that she's seen in all the engagements that she has had across the world. So which means that one of the key things that you come out with as UNISA graduates is critical thinking. Because You critique things from the environment that you work in. You critique things from the modules that you work in. And if you can start critiquing things even from an African context, in a broad African context, it means that you have something that the rest of the world is looking for. And if you can start moving in that direction and start thinking of how you move from just your qualification to critical citizenship, then you can be graduates that are ready for a much more stronger environment that are that needs an advocacy for climate change. Okay. With that said, thank you so much. Netma, can I go for questions before I run? Okay. Any questions? Please go ahead. Yeah. 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 I completely agree with you. I don't know what proportion they invest in it. I honestly don't know what the proportion is, but maybe we need to get the figures and get the statistics and compare that. But yes, the global north is much more industrial driven than the global south, which means they should be putting much more money in it. The reality, whether they are putting much more money or not, is a big issue. But then we need to think about the other issues. And this for me is a critical discussion. Think about where the global north, Europe and US and the rest of stuff, builds up their labor force from. Where are they building majority of their factories in? Do you think it's actually built in the US and Europe? So where are they building it? Yeah, Africa, India, where labor is cheap, where resources are cheap. They're not building it and that's the thing about the strategic impact that it has on the environment is that if they are building more industries, more plants in countries, for example, like in Africa, that says we need the economy, but at what cost? You understand that? At what cost? We need the economy, but at what cost are we building these? Are we taking these plants, industrial plants, and building in the African context? We're building it because we need the economy, and that's the truth. We're building it because we need the economy, but can we actually compromise on the impact that it makes on the climate to build the economy? That's the critical question that you need to ask: is are these policies and are these decisions that our leaders are making in the African context really beneficial at the end of the day if it compromises the climate, our environment in which we exist? Right. Secondly, is that while we think of the question you should be asking is yes, there are a lot of corporate responsibility, etc., in the global north. The question that you also ask is how much of money that these countries have put aside have actually come back into the African context or in the global south context. Are those companies actually investing as part of their social responsibility back in the African context because you are impacting the African context with this? That's the type of question that if you look at the US aid that has been cut off from the African context, nobody questioned how much of that US aid. We know that a large part of that US aid had an impact on HIV medication, the rest of it. But what about how much of impact it has on the climate change projects in the country, right? It also taught us one important thing, and maybe going back to your earlier point and your point as well, is that if we become too much dependent on Africa, on foreign aid, they're going to ride the agenda for us. And then for me, this is the biggest problem that we can have, is where our dependency on funds from the global north to address issues that are pertinent and relevant to us and affect our daily lives. We cannot depend on that in the global north, because if we do that, they basically run the agenda for us. And we must start thinking about how do we move into much more sustainable developments, much more sustainable innovations for us. And this is why it's important as students, you pick up that conversation, because if you don't pick up that conversation, you're going to have a critical part of what it means for you growing up, occupying an academic industry, whether it's an industry, corporate education, or wherever it is later, where somebody else is dictating whether you can live with fresh air or not. Okay, that's the implication then. Let me just check online. Yes. And I think that's an important one, is corruption. We can't, it's not just climate change. Corruption is something that affects all our major social development projects within the country. Is if we start thinking about the amount of funds that are set aside and the amount of funds that actually reach the people and actually reach the projects, this is one of Africa's biggest problems. And we know in the South African context we are challenged with this as well. It's not just an developing. It's a thing across the African context, right? But the challenge is, and this is why for me it's important, is that if you do not start assuming to take control of these discussions, take control of these issues that we have, and I think this is why initiatives such as this is quite important for us, is because it's about empowering you to take control over these issues. Some of you may be studying law. Some of you may be studying different subjects. Imagine getting UNISA graduates who are lawyers in these spaces and fighting for those advocacies. That's the kind of agenda that we need to drive. And where you become more impactful in thinking about how you fight some of these corruptions. The reality is, if you stay quiet and simply accept the status quo, you're continuing the legacy for the next generation to be in the same situation you are in. And unless you break that mold, break that status quo, and start fighting this from the point of where you become much more stronger advocates in the space and take control of it, corruption will always be there. Okay. Okay, so we've got just a question from everyone. How students see themselves relative to climate change? Can you think of the role of psychology graduates as an example to become climate change? And I think that's an important point. How can students become, and this is my last point, because I got to go. Okay, so if we think, for example, how do you think, I mean, you spoke about curriculum and the rest of the stuff, but that's university perspective, right? So I asked you earlier, how does the university, what is the university's role towards climate change? And you said curriculum, you said critical thinking, you said transformation. But how do you see yourself as a student contributing to that? And maybe I'm going to ask you this question. How many student projects in UNISA are climate change driven? Do we have any? Do we have any student projects at the university that are climate driven? No? Do we have any student projects at the university that focus on climate change? Do you have one? You have one. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So those are innovative solutions. Yeah. And that's what we need to move towards, innovative solutions. Please go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Don't you think reforming the United Nations will be an advantage in implementing, especially the policies that are implemented in the Security Council? Don't you think that reforming some of those policies will help us gaining a better advantage in implementing climate education in our countries?
Well, yes and no. Yes, in a sense that the UN is a very influential body and can offer that space for us to engage with. And I think if they reformulate that with a greater insight into what happens in the developing context, it'll make much more sense, right? No, in a sense that I don't think it's their responsibility for Africa. I think we need a stronger African Union that focuses on these issues. I think if we simply focus on climate change and we simply give the United Nations so much of power that they can drive the agenda without our African Union becoming much more stronger, then we got a problem. If I think, for example, the European Union is very strong on these issues. Why is the African Union not strong on these issues? So for me, I agree with you, yes, on that point. I do think they need to reformation. I do think they need a reformation, a lot of things, to be honest with you, not just that issue, right? I think the United Nations needs to reform itself completely. It's very easy to see from the political issues on the table that a lot of people have lost interest in the United Nations and whether it's become an influential body or not. And we can leave that to United Nations. But if I have to think of the power that the European Union has compared to the African Union, then I think we need to pick up our socks in Africa and say we need to have a stronger African Union. And if we can have a stronger African Union that drives these issues of climate change, then when we get to the United Nations, we sit as a joint African voice.
Okay, but you mentioned that we find ourselves in a situation whereby we get Africa has been getting a lot of sponsors.
Yeah.
So how ready are we that we say that, okay, we are not taking any more financial help
Yeah.
from other countries, and
Yeah.
we will only be focusing on what we can do for ourselves. Well,
Go back to my point of the African Union. If we have a stronger African Union, you'll find that solution. I'll tell you why. When the US stopped the aid to Africa, a lot of countries in Africa started to compromise with US politics because they wanted that aid. So when the US said we're stopping the aid unless you do A, B, C, what did many African presidents do? They compromised, right? On the basis that they were dependent upon that US aid. My point, quite simply, is if we start moving back into a stronger Africa where we don't compromise with people who give us funds and start circulating on our own strength within the country, we do not need to compromise to agendas. Because right now, if we look, for example, and I'm just giving you a simple example of South Africa, many people, when the US aid stopped, for specifically with HIV medication, people didn't even know that we were dependent upon the US aid for this, right? But suddenly they realized, and one of us, the biggest question, why are we as an African continent dependent on core resources, medical resources for the US to provide for us? That's not possible. We should have prioritized that in South Africa and said our citizens are the first priority. Get that sorted out and paid for us. We didn't. We can only do this if we have a stronger African Union. And that's the point. If our African countries cannot compromise on the integrity of Africa and stand together as an African continent, then we can fight this. And I think that's critical for us. Colleagues, students, I have to go. My apologies. I know this discussion is quite nice, but I'm actually double in 2 meetings at the same time. So this was quite an interesting discussion. I do wish you all the best for the rest of the day. And I'm hoping that you'll do join our sessions with the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. Natma can tell you more about that a little later, but then that actually builds up the kind of discussions that you're having here. You can have these discussions with almost 300-400 students from across the world. Okay, so please do join. But I wish you all the best for the rest of the day. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty, for that engaging and interactive session. I was really, really tickled when you touched on the impacts of AI on the environment, because that is something that is not discussed enough. Nobody talks about using it responsibly, and people just don't know. They prompt and use AI and there's this advancement on it, but less emphasis on how it actually impacts the environment. So I think it should be a homework. We can really see, Doc. I think it should be a homework for everyone to go and do research on that, look at the impacts of AI on the environment and interrogate that, and so that we can come up with new solutions in making sure that we still sustain our environment. It's good to use technology and everything, but the amount of water that is used by the data centers, for AI and everything, it's shocking, if I may say that. It would be an injustice if I went on without acknowledging our debate participants. I see you're all here. So I had a privilege a few weeks ago to attend a debate session where we had our first year students participating and talking on the topic of climate change. Let me just get it here. The actual topic was the debate topic was climate change should be prioritized by government, businesses, and educational institutions. And both teams really made very interesting points, and it was a great honor being in the midst of young people who actually very active on the environment and on such issues. I'm so happy that you guys are here with us today. So I am going to move on to the next speaker, Dr. Tapiwa Mazata, who is going to talk about climate-related risk and opportunities for our entrepreneurs. Dr. Tapiwa, I hope I did not butcher your surname.
Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
Dr. Tapiwa, the floor is yours if you're ready.
If you can hear me, just need a confirmation. Good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
Fine.
Good morning. We can hear you, Doc.
Okay, there seem to be a
If you
delay.
can hear
Thank
me,
you so
just need a
much.
confirmation.
We can hear you on our side, Doc.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I've just turned my camera so you can see that it's not AI behind the
There seem
microphone.
to be a delay. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me do this. Allow me to sort of like start from where your comment ended, where you were talking about the implications of comment ended, where you were talking about the implications of
Doc, we seem to have lost you. Doc, we can see your presentation, but we cannot hear you anymore. Dr. Mazata? Can colleagues online hear him? Maybe it's just our speaker or...
No, we can't hear him either.
Please, colleagues, be patient.
No, we
with
can't
us.
hear him either.
Okay, please be patient and bear with us. Technology is failing us this side. Okay. While we are waiting, let me just also register an apology from the Dean of Students, Dr. Sipuka, and Ms. Lizette Leroux, who is the Deputy Director from the Dean of Students. Colleagues are attending a budget meeting and they would have loved to be here. Unfortunately, because of that commitment, they could not be here, but they're always very supportive through our sessions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Now you can hear me. Okay, I'm wondering what's going on here. Can you see my screen at least?
Yes, we can see your showing teams. Oh, that's actually
Can you hear
so
me?
if you can just share your
Yes,
screen
now we
at
can
least.
hear you.
Now you can hear me. Okay,
You are
I'm
there.
wondering what's going on here. Can you see my screen at least?
Yes, we can see your showing teams. Oh, that's actually so if you share your screen again, please. Reshare your screen again.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I was saying that, yeah, we really need to consider the impact of our sustainable solutions as we think about moving towards sustainability and climate solutions. But that's not where I'm going with my presentation this morning. I want to just reflect because I'm from Inhlanyelo Hub and our focus really is to assist students to set up their business ventures, and we help with establishment of that kind of support so that they will be able to sort of like not just focus on the problems that are surrounding us, but what opportunities exist within the problems that we are encountering ourselves. So I've decided to be more on the solution-oriented side of things rather than rehashing the challenges that we see around us, whereby climate change does not have boundaries. You can be in your own country in South America or wherever you are. That does not sort of like exonerate you from experiencing the challenges of climate change. By extension, what that also means is if you come up with an innovative solution, that means you have also the global target audience that will then be able to create a market for you in terms of the solution that you will have. So I'm going to talk about the sustainability challenges and mapping them to different kind of ventures that you can think about. And we'll then tie it up to say, where else can other fields come in to try and come up with the solution so that we can be solution oriented. And at the end, maybe I'll be able to then take a few questions. So we know that Africa is blessed with a lot of sun. Yes, there's challenges around that with droughts and things like that. But you can actually then look and consider a solution which we're calling here solar as a service for a startup. You create your own venture that provides affordable and reliable and green energy for that. And this would directly then be in a position to solve the problem that we are having of the energy crisis that we are having. It's not only in South Africa, across Africa, energy is a problem. Earlier, there was also a comment around the amount of electricity and water consumption that the data centers are consuming, and coming up with a solution which is like the one I'm talking to and I'm proposing now, will then allow you to be able to offer that service where you can make money with what we call pay-as-you-go service or a subscription for power, right? And the good thing about it, especially South Africa now opening up to green energy sources as well, it's an opportunity that you need to be ready for and be able to create your own startup in that space. And you can be able to then monetize that demand for affordable, reliable, and green electricity as well. If you look at in most townships, they're also suffering what they're calling load reduction, whatever that actually means. You can then be able to enter into that space and be providing your own solutions around solar as a service. You can also create a startup that is focused around water, where we are talking of smart irrigation and water tech. And then this is really one of the things that we are also encountering in terms of shortages of water. But there's also a lot of water that is being wasted, is just not harnessed correctly. And with smart irrigation kits that you can then create as your own business, you then are in a position to be able to use or to have clients who will be able to produce food with less water usage. And this can then be used also for water harvesting tools that help farmers and municipalities reduce the use of water. And one would then ask, how do I make the money? You can then look at cash generated from hardware sales, from your technologies that you'd have come up with. That reminds me, 2 years ago, I came across one student from CSET, CAES, College of Agriculture and Environmental Science, who had come up with a technology that would measure the water moisture of the soil. And if the soil moisture gets to a certain level, it will then trigger the drip irrigation to water the plant. So you create that hardware, you create that solution, and you can then either make money from selling the hardware, or people who subscribe to that particular solution. It means you own the technology. They simply just pay you for the servicing of using that particular technology. And that will then be able to solve the urgent need to farm with less water. And this can be also valuable for community gardens, for your own backyard garden as well. And we are talking of food security in this case, where we are also growing our own food. And in growing our own food, it also means we're cutting on the budget of people, how much people are spending on fruits and vegetables and things that people can grow in their backyard. So this is one solution that you can actually pivot and be able to sell to your customers and create a value proposition around that using smart irrigation and water technologies. The third one I want to talk to, looks like my screen is frozen here. Okay, the next one is also related to agri-tech platforms, which you can use to also secure and data. In other words, data gathering becomes an issue. You've got that robot, for example, that moves within the fields. It collects the data. The data is then used for other purposes. And with a platform like this, you are then in a position to be offering and services around weather forecasts, soil data. You can also look at crop advice to reduce the risk for farmers. And again, if you are looking at, for those of us who are in the space of agriculture, this becomes something that is valuable if you've got the agricultural extension skills, which you can then offer to small to medium farmers, even large commercial farmers as well. And how you then make money, again, subscription is always a candidate for that. And also transaction fees, people log in because you've got the data, they pay for them to access the data on your portal. You would have curated the data, you would have structured the data, you'd have made the data available, and because your data is current, you're constantly collecting it and updating it. It could be per season, it could be per year, depending on how you have structured it. That data collection becomes something that you can monetize, and you can be then available to people who want to utilize the data. It becomes more reliable for the customers as well, because they will know the state of their soil, they know the forecasts that are coming for the next season, and they are able to adapt to the anticipated climate, the weather that is to be seen in the following season. And again, I'll talk about this, but I just want to highlight, someone might be saying, but this is in agriculture, what relevance does it have to me if I'm in social sciences? I will come to that. I'll just keep you in suspense for a second. But this is one solution that you can actually make to be able to also deal with the aspect around food security, agriculture, and data collection from the agricultural side of things. The other one is recycling. There is a lot of money that is being made in recycling. Just on Friday, I was linked up with someone who is called Madam Waste. The amount of work and what she's doing is something that is amazing. She's currently at the UN, and she was at the UN doing some speeches in one of the sessions there. And all she's doing, she's found ways of harnessing waste. And this can be something that you can actually build a business around, and reducing the landfills and stress that is caused by all kinds of waste that we are seeing around us. And you creating a startups in this space can then allow you to convert things like plastics into bricks. I'm sure you've seen even in social media, even here in Kenya where I am currently, there are people who are using this to really make money out of it. There is also the issue of e-waste. E-waste is going to be one of the biggest challenges that we are going to see in the next 10, 15 years, because your solar panels, they've got a limited lifespan. And out of that limited lifespan, we don't know right now the solution that will be able to deal with the e-waste that comes from the solar panels and stuff like that. There's a paper, like I mentioned at the beginning, I don't know if you heard me, there's a paper around the contrarian considerations that we need to think about towards the sustainability and technological advancement that are coming up and the detrimental effect on the environment that surrounds us. So there is an opportunity for you to come up with a solution around treatment of e-waste into raw materials that can be recycled and back into the system again. You can then make money out of the recycling of those products. You also collect some of these and you charge fees for it, and also have carbon credits while reducing the landfill stress and flood risks. Right now, I believe our municipalities and our government are struggling. What do they do with the landfills? It's coming up with these kind of solutions that will then allow you to monetize and create your own startup or your own business venture out of it. You do not have to do it alone. You need to create an ecosystem around yourself that can then make this work for you and make money for everyone within that ecosystem. The fifth one I will talk about is just the green logistical and mobility. Look at how the use of motorbikes, the use of tuk-tuks, the use of what they are now calling e-bucks, especially here where I am in Kenya, we are having a lot of these electric motorbikes that are used to deliver goods and services that would have been ordered through e-commerce. And this is also contributing to reduction in emissions as well as fuel dependence. I met someone who is got now a number of these motorbikes that are now being sort of like outsourced by the retailers to deliver the products as well. So you can actually earn as an entrepreneur there. You can earn via the ride fares that you charge, the delivery fees that you charge, also advertising on your motorbike. While you're addressing the transport emission challenges, you're also creating opportunities for you to advertise, create these micro spaces for people and companies to advertise. That also will put money in your pocket. And I'm saying this, and this is the reason what triggered me to share this. We know that the economy is not absorbing the jobs as we are coming out of the university. There are many of us coming out of the universities, but enough jobs are not, sufficient jobs are not being created. So it's about how do I economically participate in the situation that is there and create those opportunities that can be helpful as well for you to generate some income for yourself. There's also climate smart food businesses, which are really ventures that produce plant-based foods. We've got also vertical farming that is coming up as well, and indigenous crops that thrive under different stress conditions in terms of climate. And from there, you can then create direct sales. You can also sell wholesale foods, your food lovers markets and your Pick n Pays and the likes, and you charge a premium depending on the market that you are servicing. Let me just give you an example. Currently at Inhlanyelo Hub, we actually have a student who is now a client and we are incubating and supporting. She has now made a business out of creating juices. Let me put a range of juices. She now has 13 products out of the baobab fruit, and she pitched a idea at Food Lovers Market, and Food Lovers is now wanting to see how she can be able to supply throughout the country. And she has also created what she has called okra salt out of this, and this is coming from her own indigenous understanding of the foods of where she comes from in the Eastern Cape, and she has created a business out of that. So there is an opportunity for all of us to look around us and say, what is it that I can put my hands on and be able to create a venture around it? Allow me then to talk about ecotourism, because I know my 20 minutes is almost up, if it's not up already. It's around eco ventures. And again, here, let me make use of an example. We ran a project in Mariko in the Northwest, Groote Mariko in the Northwest province, and it's a biosphere reserve. There is a lot of tourism potential in that space. So we took a group of 25 people and we said to them, look, what are the opportunities around you? And we capacitated them. And out of there, one of them is actually now having a business that is thriving and has managed to now employ another person who was part of that program. And opportunities then arise in spaces around creating packages and conservation tours, and you also biodiversity lectures or learnings. You can do that with school children. You can do that with tourists who are from outside the country or the province or where this biosphere is at. There is an opportunity there. It's about carving out your niche. It's about creating that space and creating value for customers who are looking for that particular opportunity, or to actually consume the service that you are offering to them. This is my second last before I actually talk about other fields. So there are these kind of insights that I want to just summarize to say each venture converts a sustainable or a sustainability pain point into a cash flow opportunity. Look around you. What is it that people are struggling with? And what opportunities exist for you to create a business venture around it? Right now, there's a lot of talk around just energy transition, around SDGs, around African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Green Growth Agenda. What opportunities exist in there? So for every problem, there's an opportunity that exists. We need to change the paradigm at which we look at it. So there's an energy insecurity issue. There's a solar venture that you can create. There's a climate variability issue. There's an agri-tech and food venture that you can create. There's a waste crisis that we have. There's a venture that you can create around recycling innovation. There's high emissions. There's green mobility and carbon markets that are coming up. There's biodiversity threats. There's ecotourism that you can. And in so doing, you're educating the people around this. Now, someone will then say, but I don't have this background, right? Remember what I said, you don't have to do it alone. And this is part of the problem that we are seeing even at the hub, where people want to create ventures on their own. If you want to do it that way, it will take you much longer. Team up with people. All these solutions that I have mentioned, many of them will require an engineer. Many of them will require a compliance officer, someone who will work around the law and the legalese and the policies around it. That's where people from College of Law come in. All of these things will require a sustainability economist and a sustainability accountant. How do we economize out of this? How do we account and in reporting and making sure that we remain compliant? It then creates space for people in the accounting field, in the economics field, in the finance field, in the engineering field, also even the lawyers, the legal advice that exists there. So the problem is we want to go it alone, and this is where the major challenge coming through is. And again, worldwide, we have a partner in Switzerland, the St. Gallen University. We have partnered with them and we've run two pitch competitions with them. One of their requirements is you will not be part of the program if you're a single founder or if you're a sole founder. So we are beginning to see this where we are being forced to collaborate. We are being forced to look at different fields and say, how does this field come in and add value into what we are trying to do and create the opportunities there that exist for ourselves so that we can economically participate. Yes, sustainability challenges exist. There are also risks there. But with that comes opportunities for young people to innovate, to look at solutions that can address the needs that are being identified out there. So I will conclude with this and say to us, yes, we need to change our mindset. If we become so bogged down on the challenges and we focus on the climate issues, we will not be able to get to a point where we benefit. But when we say, okay, this is the challenge, what opportunities exist? We can then begin to carve out a niche for ourselves. And this is why we exist at Inhlanyelo Hub. We assist students to look at ideas they have. And as you come up with these ideas or you have these ideas that you have, we will help you shape those ideas. And as you shape those ideas, we then create the opportunities for you to create the ventures, and we support that. We do not charge anything, but you've got to go through our processes. Our methodology works because since we started in 2023, we now have 42 companies that we are supporting, and these are companies that are now generating money. Out of these companies, 19 of them are already making the money, and since then they've generated more than 2.9 million for themselves. And I gave you an example of Kustas Juice, who is also in our incubation, using the indigenous knowledge that she has and to deal with the problem that she has. In fact, how she started a business, it was a problem in her own family because there were issues around diabetes. So she went on a quest to investigate and to find out, and she discovered it is because of the lifestyle. And that's what led you to create the 13 products that she now has a range of. So look at yourself, look at your surroundings. What are the problems? What are the solutions and opportunities that may exist? And you create a venture, a business opportunity for yourself. I will stop here and maybe take questions if there are any. Now has a range of. So look at yourself, look at your surroundings. What are the problems? What are the solutions and opportunities that may exist? You create a venture, a business opportunity for yourself. I will stop here and maybe take questions if there are any.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mzata. That was all I can say is wow. Didn't know there were so many opportunities that are also very eco-friendly, environmentally friendly and everything. So do we have questions here in the house for Dr. Mzata? Are we still awake, guys? Do we have any questions online? Okay. Yeah, I also saw a lot of reactions during your presentation. Oh, here's one. We've got one question here. There's a mic behind you. There's a mic behind you, ma'am.
And thank you, Dr. Mzata, for sharing this information with us. My question to you is that as you support the students, do you have a place where they can come and consult with you, and what kind of support can you give? For instance, if a person is not a UNISA student and she or he comes from the community and say that I have a dream, I want to do this, can you, as UNISA, support me to realize my dream? Because our role as the University of South Africa is also to enable our communities to thrive and give us solutions to the problems that we are facing in the country. So I believe that even the communities who are non-UNISA students should be given the opportunity. Just to link my first question is that, for instance, a person can come and say that I want to start this particular business, come with a business proposal, and then you find that we do have the resources in the in the university. How do we become of help to that particular person? Thank you.
Doc, did you capture that?
Yes, I did. So
Dr. Mzata, do we still have you?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, can I hope you can.
I can. Yes, I did. So I can hear you.
No,
Yes,
go ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. There seemed to be a delay. Yes, so the Infranular Hub was actually set out by the University of South Africa.
Okay, go ahead, Doc.
Infranular Hub was there seemed to be a delay. Yes, so the Infranular Hub was actually set out by the University of South Africa. Infranular was set up by University of South Africa to support students, alumni, as well as the community where UNISA has a
we
presence.
keep losing you.
So with that,
Okay.
if you are from the
Please-
community, Infranular was set up by University of South Africa to support students, alumni, as well as the community where UNISA has presence. So if you are from any of the communities, reach out that. If you are from the community, we can reach out to us. We can see how we can assist you. But we have
Doc,
a specific.
in the interest of time, can you kindly type up the
If you are
response?
from any of the communities, reach out to us. We can reach out to us. We can see how we can assist you. But we have a specific.
Okay, Doc, I think maybe respond in the chat, and there's also more questions in the chat because in the interest of time, we'd like to move on to the next speaker. Is that okay with you, ma'am? Okay, thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. Thelma Low from UNISA Sustainability. And maybe we can ask her the questions that Dr. Shetty was asking. What is UNISA doing, to contribute in the environment? What policies exist in that regard? Dr. Low, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you to everyone else for the opportunity to make this presentation
Dr. Low,
to
are you
you
there?
this morning. I think there's a delay, so just let me know when you can hear me. Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you to everyone else for the opportunity to make this presentation to you this morning. I think there's a delay, so just let me know when you can hear me.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much again, and it's been fascinating to listen to the discussion, and I really appreciate the opportunity, as I have indicated. So yes, as a university, thank you very much again, and it's been fascinating to listen to the discussion, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Audited figures for 2024 is 371,757 students, so that's close enough to the 400,000 that has been mentioned this morning. Now, if we look at the most recent statistics from Stats SA, it says that there's in South Africa an average of 3.2 members per household. So if you take this 371,000 students that UNISA has, and you multiply that by the 3.2, it shows you there on my third bullet that UNISA has an impact on nearly 1.2 million people annually. So our curriculums and our other activities has a significant impact on the communities and on the people in South Africa. We often tend to think that what we do is not important and, it's only our students and what can they do? But if we teach our students and if we create awareness amongst our students as a university, this bullet here shows you that our impact in 1 year is very, very significant. And if you look at the average number of years that a student is registered at UNISA, you will see that that is between 5 and 6 years. So if we start in the first time that a student actually approaches UNISA, creating this awareness about the environment and environmental impact of our activities, we can really, as a university, make a significant impact in South Africa. And we must bear in mind also that universities must report their carbon emissions to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment every year. And UNISA has been liable to pay a carbon tax. Now, where does that carbon tax come from at this stage? It comes from the generators we need to switch on when there are power failures in order to keep the business going. So when we then look at ways in which we can ensure power security on our campuses, then we need to look at doing that in a way that does not impact on our carbon emissions. What is carbon emission? Diesel generators. And also carbon emissions is also flights, aeroplane flights. So the fact that today's session here is a hybrid session and that people can actually present from all over the country without having to fly into Makoniak, that also has a very positive impact on UNISA's carbon emissions and our impact on the environment. Good. Now, what has UNISA done? UNISA has started on this journey quite some time ago. In 2007, UNISA signed the United Nations Global Compact, and that means that we have to submit a report to the United Nations every 2 years on what we do in terms of the compact standards and how we reduce our impact on the environment. In 2008, we had the Exaro Chair established. Now, the Exaro Chair does research on environmentally related matters in South Africa and UNISA. They have done brilliant work. In 2011, we had the Living Green campaign. And from 2012, we started a number of signature modules. Now, the objective of the signature modules was to create awareness among students. Now, colleagues, I have to admit that since 2012, a lot of these signature modules have fallen by the wayside. There are just so many competing interests, and I think that's where the student body is also very important to make sure that when these signature modules are actually implemented and written, that they do speak to the environmental matters that we are talking about today. Then in 2013, UNISA established the Environmental Sustainability Office. Now, it was very clearly marked at that stage as environmental sustainability because it was said that we must not interfere with finances. Finance will look after the financial sustainability of UNISA. But I think since then, the lines have become a bit more blurred so that we see sustainability in a more holistic manner rather than making it another territorial battle. In 2014, we had our first sustainability framework approved by MANCOM. And that framework set out how UNISA was going to go about its business of being an environmentally responsible citizen of the country. And then, as you can see, in 2015 and 16, we then started with the development of a number of master plans, carbon footprint, energy efficiency, alternative energy, waste and water management master plans, and a lot of the things that you have seen on campus, solar panels going up here and there, energy efficiency, lighting, lifts being reconditioned so that they are more energy efficient, etc., etc. Those are the result of the implementation of these master plans. In 2018, we started a process of establishing a national sustainability community of practice. We had an Indaba, which involved all South African universities at UNISA. That then, also to give impetus on that, management signed an SDG declaration at the end of the SDG summit in 2019. And then in 2021, we then developed the sustainability framework for that will take us up to 2030. So as you can see, the first sustainability framework covered our actions and guided our activities for 2014 to 2020. And then from 2021 to 2030, we then re-looked at this and then developed a new sustainability framework. We now have, in terms of the SDG declaration, an SDG liaison committee, and most of the regions and the other departments in the university have representatives on this SDG liaison committee. And if the department where you are in does not yet have, or you are not sure, contact the sustainability office and we will be able to indicate who your representative is. And if you do not have a representative, we would welcome you as a volunteer to be the representative of on this SDG liaison committee. We have also continued efforts to involve the SRC in the SDG liaison committee, because we feel it is extremely important that the youth be involved in these university-wide initiatives and actually have a voice as far as what they would want to see happening as well. And in 2022, we also had the recognition of the Higher Education Sustainability Community of Practice by the University South Africa Board, and I'll speak a bit more about this in a later slide. Good. So what is then the aim of the Sustainability Framework 2021 to 2030? And it also speaks to a lot of things that people have said this morning. And remember, this is just the overall aim. There's a lot of work that goes into the more operational aspects, and that is to localize and promote the relevant SDGs in all UNISA's operations, wherever it has a footprint in Africa. So you can see here that this sustainability framework and does not only speak to Makelniek, it speaks to UNISA as a whole, wherever it has a footprint in Africa. Ethiopia, Cape Town, Kimberley, Potchefstroom, Nelspruit, wherever we have that footprint. And that is one of the most difficult messages that we've had to bring along, is to make people understand that what we do as far as SDGs is concerned and reducing our carbon footprint and being an environmentally aware citizen, that it cannot focus only on one campus, that it has to be wherever UNISA has a presence. Good. So the implementation of the new sustainability framework hinges on a number of things. First of all, tracking and building on the gains made through the 2020-14 sustainability framework. So you can never just leave the other one out and start with a new one as if the previous one was not there. We have to build on the gains, and we have to look at where we had failed and improve on that. We've also had an audit of the implementation of the first framework, and that is then the basis of starting for the implementation of the new framework. We have to create awareness and understanding of what this means, and that's why it's so important for us to have the opportunity to talk to you today. We have to make sure that the sustainability principles are embedded at a strategic level in the university. And that speaks to things like, and I think it has been mentioned this morning, where does UNISA invest its money? Does it invest with companies that are not environmentally friendly? Or is it one of UNISA's investment principles that they will not invest with companies that do not, that are not good corporate citizens as far as sustainability is concerned? Implementation is extremely important. Another area where we struggle quite a bit is, we have wonderful research on matters relating to sustainability, but somehow the political will is not always there to implement that physically on our campuses. And then obviously we need to continue to review, to measure, to monitor, and to report. You report to the Social and Ethics Committee on Council on what our operations are. Good. Now the declaration of intent, as I've indicated, is then prioritizes and fast tracks a number of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 12 that are most relevant to our environment. And there I've listed them for you. Good health and well-being, quality education is the natural, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work. We have to prepare our students so that they can have decent work, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, UNISA as a community. And I'd take you back to my first slide where I showed you the enormous impact that we have as a university. Sustainable consumption and production, then climate action. What do we do in terms of, do we observe Earth Hour? Do we do all these kind of things that we are supposed to do as a responsible corporate citizen? Peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships on the SDGs. And that we will talk about again when we talk about the higher education sustainability community of practice. So what is the impact of the academic project? I think the primary responsibility of an academic is to be a change agent. Students come into the university and their way of thinking has to be influenced and changed. And that is how we learn. So what constant role as academics is to be change agents, to make sure that our students are aware of these challenges that the world faces, and that we teach our students how, through the variety of subject matters that they study, they can actually make a contribution to ensuring a more sustainable environment. So academics are change agents. Engaged scholarships projects, there's been a steady increase in these projects that focus on sustainability matters since 2020. That is reflected in the annual report every year. And the focus areas there are both on environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability, which I think is extremely important. Then the second area where academics can play a role is through curriculum development and renewal to reflect environmental matters. And I often get questions from academics in the accounting sciences where they then ask, but how can we teach aspiring accountants to be more sustainability minded? And then we have to take them through a thinking process so that they can then learn how to teach their students to be more environmentally minded. And then obviously the research niche area must inform operations. And I'm coming back to this aspect later as well, where we need to make sure that the research we do actually influences our operations. Now, what we have done is we have plotted then the 12 sustainable development goals that we have identified that are relevant to university against the UNISA capitals. And as you can see there, they plot out very nicely Our 7 capitals and the Sustainable Development Goals, they are relevant in all aspects. There's not one capital that does not find effect in one of the SDGs, and similar, there's not one SDG that we have chosen that is not relevant to one of the UNISA capitals. Good, if I can then come back to the Higher Education Sustainability Community of Practice, that was an initiative that was started by UNISA, and we approached all South African universities so that we can start coming together and talking together and working together on making sure that all South African universities are more sustainably friendly institutions. So it was approved by the USAF board in June 2022. It's supported by all universities in South Africa. And it has 3 subcommittees: academic, technical, and localization. And as I was listening to the presentations this morning, I was wondering whether we shouldn't also have a subcommittee for student affairs on this community of practice, where we then have the student leaderships of the various universities coming together to also influence the operations of their institution, and making sure that actually also that they come together and talk about these things and strategize on that. And that's something that the USAF AGM is coming up in October, and that's perhaps something that must be put to the AGM. The HESCOP is housed at UNISA. We do the admin of UNISA. I'm currently the president of the community of practice. So we do have some leverage there, and we can influence. But I would like some feedback from yourselves also on whether you think that it would be something that would be good to raise at the upcoming HESCOP AGM. So colleagues, where to from here? Quo Vadis. I'm so glad I'm coming after the Nhlanyielo Hub speaker, because I think we need to see more about the research commercialization incubation. We need to have someone that looks specifically at all the research emanating from UNISA academics and students to see how much of this can actually be commercialized. And I'm mentioning two instances of institutional research here that I think is very important. And the one was on microplastics in landfills, where the researcher indicated that landfills don't have to be deathscapes. They can become lifelines through innovation, equity, and urgency. What have we as a university done to make sure that the research that has been done on the potential as far as landfills is concerned, that we realize that? And I think that's the one thing, the one I saw to all of us in South Africa, and because we have so much waste that is not recycled, these landfills keep on growing and growing and growing, to become mountains, and we need to be able to harness this research to see what we as an institution can do. And the other instance there is one of our own academics has developed solar panels that are better and more suited to our environment than imported solar panels. Yet I have not seen that being commercialized. And I think that is an injustice, and I think an area where UNISA can earn huge first stream income if you look at the growth of solar panel installations in the country. And it's actually to some extent a lost opportunity, but I think there is still work that can be done. So we also then need to strengthen and broaden the scope of the SDGs in all aspects of academia. Firstly, of course, as a university, but also in the operations of the university. Colleagues, you cannot preach and not practice. You cannot tell people to recycle if you as an institution is not recycling all of your things. You cannot tell people not to waste water if you as an institution does not have water-wise taps and ablution facilities. So, and that is my main frustration, is the fact that we tend to talk one thing and do something else. I saw the people in the venue earlier on, and I was very pleased, and I hope I saw correctly, and it hasn't changed since. No bottled water. You know, Mancom has twice taken a decision, in 2015, and they reiterated the decision in 2025 that banned the use of bottled water in meeting venues and in meetings. And then I go to an institutional meeting a few weeks ago, and there are these plastic bottles of water on all the tables, and it's replenished continuously. And I think to myself, I have all the Mancom members present there, yet Mancom is breaching its own resolution on the use of bottled water. So there's this conflict we have between what we say and what we do in the university as far as SDGs is concerned needs to be addressed. And then we need to harness students' awareness, knowledge, and attitudes towards the SDGs. The Exorache has done very interesting research, and they've indicated that more than half of students are aware and fairly knowledgeable about the SDGs. But we're not harnessing that awareness and knowledge to in the best interest of the university. And I think we need to do that. And we need to perhaps have students that are more militant in making sure that the SDG principles are operationalized in everything that the university does as well. Colleagues, so I hope I've provided some answers, but I also hope that I've allowed you to raise some questions in what I have presented to you today, because no one can claim that they have all of the answers. We need to be in this together, and we need to make sure that what we do and how we do this is in the best interest of the university. Thank you very much, Program Director. I appreciate the opportunity. Have all of the answers. We need to be in this together, and we need to make sure that what we do and how we do this is in the best interest of the university. Thank you very much, Program Director. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Lu. We are running behind schedule, so I'm going to ask that you post your questions online. And if you are directing a question to a particular speaker, please be specific so that they can get your attention and then respond to your question. And I'm going to ask the presenters to also assist us in that. Please respond to the questions that students have, unless there's one burning question on the floor right now. Just one. Please go ahead and straight to the point.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask the previous speaker, putting my focus on the College of Education, that what effort has the institution put, in making sure that after completing our D in bachelor education, that we have teachers who are aware of environmental sustainability, number one, and number two, that we have teachers who are equipped with the skills that are required for educating students with environmental sustainability curricula, which of course is for the purpose of increasing awareness. And number three, in terms of inclusivity, that we have this kind of education, which is students also with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Dr. Lu, I hope you captured that. You can respond on the chat. Thank you very much for your question. Please, guys, please be reminded that we are going to have games and prizes to be won at the end of the session. And this is not limited to just you attending on here in person, but also online participants. Yeah, so please stay until the end of the session because we will be having some exciting games and prizes to be won. And we will be serving refreshments as well. So please stay on, be patient. Yeah, I know some of you are tired. So after the next speaker, we're going to take a body break for 5 minutes and then we come back to the session a bit refreshed. So right now, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Yasira Madi. I hope I'm not butchering your name. From the Institute of Economic Justice, who's going to talk about youth and climate finance, building capacity for meaningful engagement. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi all, I hope you can hear me well.
And also we will be sharing a QR code which will be serving as a register and an evaluation form. Please make sure that you do not leave the session.
Hi all, I hope you can hear me well. I know this.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know there's a bit of a lag, so I hope we are okay to go ahead. And that I am well audible. And I think my presentation is loading and should be visible soon. Yeah, so I think, yeah, I know there's a bit of a lag, so I hope we are okay to go ahead. And yeah, I'm not sure why there's a feedback. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, yeah, so I mean, I'm going to be taking a bit of a zoom out compared to the rest of the speakers today, and look at climate financing, especially within the country, and what is the country's initiatives and stances on climate financing, and how does it impact the youth? You know, why do youth need to care about climate financing in the country? How are the youth impacted, and what does it mean? Yeah, so, and my name is Yasira Madi, and I am based at the Institute for Economic Justice. Yes, so when we talk about why youth engagement matters in climate finance, it matters for several reasons. Firstly, because young people are inheritors of the impacts of climate change and therefore should have a say in the financial decisions, because young people have to live with the impacts of climate. And then youth-led advocacy ensures finance is directed towards sustainable and equitable solutions. And engaging youth fosters innovation and accountability in climate policy and in implementation. And without the youth input, financial solutions may neglect the social justice and inclusivity element, and therefore we may be left behind, even though we are the ones that will have to deal with the major impacts of this crisis and the financial decisions we make. But the onus is on young people to advocate for themselves. And you cannot do that unless you're sufficiently capacitated on the technicalities of the subject matter and the policy landscape. And when it comes to climate action, climate policies are vital because climate finance will tell you what is actually being prioritized and how promised actions are being financed. And so without deep engagement into the topic, there is a risk of being sidelined in decisions that shape the future. And engaging in climate finance means holding decision makers accountable for whether funding aligns with just sustainable actions or merely empty promises. So a bit of background into what the financing looks like in South Africa today. Just waiting for the next slide to load. there's a graph that that will hopefully come up about on the oh my God, what is happening? On what is being financed in the country, especially for the year 2023 and 2022. Okay, I was a bit in the wrong place. Okay, here we go. And so this graph can tell us a few things about how financing in the country looks like. If we look, okay, there we go. Hopefully you guys can see that. But if we look, there's been 130 billion that came into the country, and this was the year 2022 and 2023. And we can see that the orange and blue tells us what the divide is between the private sector and the public sector. So how much was being financed privately, which is 113 billion, and how much was being funded via public sources, which was 18 billion, a much smaller percentage. Then we can see the purple and the green tells us what was actually being funded, what actions were being funded. So mitigation was being funded way more than adaptation or dual benefit actions, with 105 billion going towards mitigation. And then in the middle, we can see the debt, the instruments that have been used. And we can see that debt has been the main instrument we've been using to finance our climate action, with things like equity, budget, and grants being far less than anything else. And so this is kind of a snapshot of climate finance and what it's looking like. And there's obviously a lot more detail, but just as an overview, this is what has been being financed. And then what has made up and what is going to make up the future of financing, and what are the plans? What are we going to finance in the next 5 years? And we can find this information in the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan document that the government published, I think, 2 years ago, which outlines what we are going to be financing for the next 5 years. And it essentially says that South Africa needs 1.5 trillion rand in order to have a just transition. And they're focusing on 3 main energy sectors, which is electricity, transport, and green hydrogen. And so that's the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And within that, there's something called the Just Energy Transition Partnership. So one is the JET IP and one is the JET P. And the Just Energy Transition Partnership is the money that we're actually receiving from international donors. And initially, and the amount keeps changing. It was first $8.5 billion, and then it was increased as more people pledged to $11.5 billion. And then it decreased as the United States had their change in presidency. So now I think it's at about $10 billion. But it is, which equates to 128 billion rand, which is only a percentage of the 1.5 trillion that is actually needed. Excuse me. So yeah, we have a percentage of what is actually needed and what is actually known, and the rest is unknown, but the government does have sort of a plan that they outline in the JET IP of how they intend to acquire this finance. And so now, looking at the plan, we must ask ourselves if these plans align with what the youth want. And before we do that, we must ask ourselves, what do the youth want? And so I've listed a few things here, and I've mainly gotten them from a few documents that were collaboratively developed, which was the South African Youth Climate Action Plan, or the SAYCAP, the Climate Champions Youth Position Paper on youth engagement, and from some of the outcomes that come from the local conference of youth, which happen yearly. And what they produce in terms of what youth want. And these are firstly inclusion and participation, which means having a seat at the table that is meaningful and has real decision-making power. Secondly is justice, so transparent governance, accountability in climate finance, and policies that center equity over profit. then we want systemic transformation. So we want decarbonization, but also with that investment in sustainable cities, shift towards accessible and efficient public transport, clean energy, more jobs, and decent work associated with that. And then also a thriving environment. So we want to actually decrease our emissions. We want cleaner air, sustainable food systems, and ecosystems that support both people and planet. And so now, how does this align with the climate finance plans that we have? So we can break it down. So if we look at the justice element, how does the JET-P and the JET-IP fund justice, or what we would consider justice? If we look at this table here, we can see that the JET-IP is mainly an infrastructure plan. You can see that 6.9 billion is being dedicated to electricity, and that's mainly dedicated towards infrastructure. And then there's a point that there's some dedicated to electric vehicles and green hydrogen. And so the large percentage of the money is going to infrastructure. And then you can see things like skills development and economic diversification, which we would consider the justice element, you know. So economic diversification is if Mpumalanga is fully dependent on coal to survive. As an economy, we need to diversify that economy if we're going to decarbonize. And that's a justice thing, ensuring people have jobs and livelihoods, right? And then ensuring that people are skilled enough to enter into a new market if we are transitioning. So these skills development and economic diversification have 0.3% and 0.1% of the committed financing. And that's what's being dedicated to the justice element. If we look at the youth element, what is being financed here, there's 750 million rands for youth and preparing future generations for the transition, specifically in Mpumalanga, where the levels of unemployment are higher than the national average. And so tackling youth unemployment through education, soft skills training, work experience opportunities and placements are very important. And we can see that there's some financing for youth employment, but it also can overlap with the skills development financing, which we said was 0.1% of the total financing. So in terms of the youth employment, the youth element, the Department of Science and Innovation is developing the Future for Work initiative to maximize skills for the just energy transition. And this money is really going to into planning to train young people rather than actually training young people themselves. So they want to develop skills development zones in 3 areas. So this is in Mpumalanga as they decarbonize. Then it's in the Eastern Cape as they produce new energy vehicles. And then it's in the Northern Cape where they establish a green hydrogen sector. And it will be led by local TVET colleges collaborating with other institutions and local stakeholders, including the private sector. And again, yeah, it's more training. So it's training the trainers. So attempting to upskill the lecturers and trainers on new curriculums and linking them to job markets and attempts to be linked with the sector education and training authorities and existing programs. So I think presented with this information, it's important for young people to ask themselves how they feel about these allocations. Is the allocations to skills development sufficient? Are there financial and geographical barriers to accessing these skills development programs? And what happens if there are no jobs to absorb the newly developed skills? And then on that, we can go into what is the job element. So we can see what we've realized from our research is that a renewable energy plant employs more machinery than people. And so there will be less jobs in comparison to a coal mine. But the majority of jobs in the new renewable energy value chain are estimated to be in renewable energy manufacturing sector and not in the actual electricity generation. So the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan estimates that renewable manufacturing could create 365,000 jobs by 2030 and account for 420 billion rand of the GDP. But it only allocates 1.6 billion, or about 1% of overall financing, to localizing renewable energy manufacturing, where most of the jobs will be. And the JET IP therefore insufficiently finances the localization of renewable energy, which poses transitional risks and limits job creation because there may not be enough jobs to absorb the amount of jobs lost in the transition. In relation to this, on the transport sector or the new energy vehicle sector, the JET IP wants to save jobs in its large automotive industry, which already exists in the Eastern Cape, but needs to become renewable or new energy, so to speak. And that is an important initiative, and it maintains jobs and it maintains the export market that we have there. But it fails to consider the elements of inclusive just transition. So something like public transport has an opportunity to create 390,000 jobs in a sustainable public transport system. In addition to just the direct jobs created, public transport has the ability to stimulate wider economic growth and employment, as it can dramatically decrease transport costs and time spent in transit. And so that's another element. And then the other element is the green hydrogen sector and the jobs that will be created there. But this initiative or this funding is seen as highly ambitious, and the plan itself admits that it's highly ambitious. And so it's very risky and has little resourcing or security in its viability. So we are not sure if those jobs will actually materialize or not. And those are things we'll just have to wait and see. So yeah, those are the job elements. Then we look at a different aspect of the financing, which is the debt element, and how is the financing coming in, and yeah, in what way is it coming in? And we can see that it is actually mainly from debt, right? We can see in this graph below that is mainly from debt, from concessional loans and commercial loans. And there's an over-reliance on capital market, which can expose developing countries to financial instability, which are transmitted by shifts in the global economy. So both the JET IP loans and capital market financing in foreign currencies expose us to a significant depreciation of local currencies against foreign currencies, which can dramatically increase the cost of debt servicing. And this can lead to higher debt burdens and increased likelihood of defaults. And so this debt-centric approach increases the financial burden. And this is a global problem. We can see that across Africa, we've seen rising debt service costs have been rising since the global financial crisis. And it's exacerbated by the current debt dynamic, where in Africa, debt service cost as a percentage of GDPs has been rising rapidly, leading to austerity or crowding out of public services. So we can see in the graph that we're paying way more to repaying our debt than we're actually paying as a continent, than we're actually paying towards health and education. And so this is disastrous from a climate perspective, because we can't, funding healthcare really is an adaptation or health or resilience aspect of climate, of our climate response. Funding things like infrastructure, are all good responses. And so there's a call that we have good debt workout mechanisms, and there's calls for debt cancellation and innovative ways to deal with these high debt burdens that are being introduced to us through these responses. Yeah, so that's that. And then then we can move on to the climate element, which is this financing actually going to have a good mitigation response? Are we actually going to reduce our impact on the climate crisis? And are we actually going to be successful in this endeavor? Are we going to meet our national determined contributions, which is a nation's climate ambition? It's intended actions to reduce the greenhouse emissions. And I won't go into detail, but essentially it is our analysis and the analysis of many CSOs shows that this plan will not actually decrease emissions for several reasons. The first one is that the electrification plan's sole reliance on private renewable energy generations will fail to secure the sufficient scale of energy production. So electrification is relying on the private sector rather than the public sector, which it traditionally has. And the history of this plan has shown that it is not as effective as if it was publicly funded. The second one is that the planned transportation investment undervalues the need of shifting to a more sustainable system of public transport. So with new energy vehicles, we're mainly doing this for our export and doesn't actually increase any of our internal greenhouse gas emissions. And then, like we said, green hydrogen is quite ambitious and risky with little resourcing or security in the viability. So we don't know if that is actually going to work. So the climate element is quite small. And when we look at the adaptation element, we can see that 82% of financing is going towards mitigation and focuses on the energy transition, leaving little support for resilience building and measures like disaster preparedness, water security, sustainable agriculture. So how are we going to adapt to the actual changing climate, which most of us have to face on a day-to-day basis? That is not an element that is being financed, and it's a huge concern for young people who are going to face these climate shocks. And so, yeah, just in conclusion, this is not meant to be sort of a doom and gloom thing, but really there is many movements for that young people can join to advocate for a better future. So there's sort of we can join the local conference of youth, which happens before a COP locally, where youth come together and decide what their initiatives are, what they want to see in terms of the climate crisis and how we can prioritize actual climate action and finance climate action better. There are other movements like establishing debt workout mechanisms that advocate for more sustainable debt, or to reform international financial institutions and get favorable debt terms. There's movements to ensure that all international deals go through Parliament, that the processing of agreeing to them are more democratic and do not lead us to agree to burdensome conditionalities that we can't get over or can't get out of. There's also the Presidential Climate Commission, which has a lot of youth capacitation before any policy decision is made. So following their process and understanding and engaging with it and really capacitating ourselves to engage on policy and influence policy. And so there are many movements that youth can join. And there's demands for transparency in how climate funds are allocated, more funding to the youth element, to the justice element, to the jobs element, to the actual climate element, are all things that young people need to push for and engage constructively in. Yes, thank you. More funding to the youth element, to the justice element, to the jobs element, to the actual climate element, are all things that young people need to push for and engage constructively in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. Remember, this is meant to be an interactive engagement. Although we are limited by time, but please keep the conversation going online. Keep on posting, and speakers also assist with responding as well. Remember to type the ad first and then the name of the speaker I'd like to direct your question to, so that they can be highlighted and they can be able to respond to your questions. The time is 11:25 right now. If you've got questions, please post them online. And I would just like to give everybody a 5-minute break. We go to the restroom quickly, make your tea or coffee if you're online, and then we come back at exactly 11:30. Is that okay? Okay.
say that climate change is a great challenge to in our generation, and UNISA has a key role in preparing climate-ready graduates so that they can go and lead into their communities. As student leaders, we commit to collaborating with the university and ADOF to raise awareness about climate change, to build skills and mobilize students towards a sustainable future. I believe that together we can turn learning into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Tanya. Very nice, short and sweet, and straight to the point. Are you ready? Okay. So the next presenter is going to be Nethma Sami from the Department of Psychology. She will be presenting on Mind, Earth, and Memory, a psychological response to climate change and the role of traditional knowledge systems in environmental action. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's just give it a second. I see it's loaded on my side, but there's a bit of a delay. Okay, hi. Today I'm going to be speaking about climate change and how it relates to psychology. Now, I know there was a question in the chat during the presentations from one of our colleagues about how does it relate to psychology and how do we connect climate change to psychology? I think when we think about climate change, we don't really think about psychology. Who does think about psychology? I'm seeing a lot of no's, and I agree with you. There is a lot of no's, right? It seems like it's very disjointed, very far apart from each other. But let's take a look at how these two things actually relate to each other and how each and every one of us is impacted. So when we think about climate change and psychology, there's two patterns that we're going to see. The first thing that we're going to see is that it's going to impact our mental health. And on the other side, we're going to see that we also have psychological constructs that's going to influence our climate adaptation. So on the one side, what climate change is going to be doing is it's going to negatively impact your mental health if you're not prepared or you don't develop resilience. And on the other side, you can actually use your mental status or mental well-being essentially to improve climate change initiatives. We want to know, how do we do this? How does our mental status or our mental health essentially improve climate change initiatives? How does it lead to pro-environmental behaviors, and not just on an individual level, but a collective level? Remember, we don't just want ourselves to be doing something that's pro-environmental, but we want a lot of people around us to be joining in the movement. So let's dive into it. Right? So first, let's look at our direct mental health effects, right? So I'm sure that we all know that we have these extreme weather conditions that we're faced with. Sometimes we'll see it starts raining, it starts thundering, it starts storming, and some of us are afraid of those weather conditions. Maybe we're not hiding away in our rooms when there's thunder, but we are afraid. Things can then become a little bit more extreme. Some of us know people that have had their houses destroyed by mudslides, right? Some people's houses have been destroyed by earthquakes. In South Africa, we're a little bit lucky. We don't have such major earthquake issues. And some people have had their houses just flooded away. And in that moment, we know that there's different impacts on them. We know, okay, they've lost their home, they've lost their resources that's in their home, they've lost also their sense of belonging. Now, when we think about our home, it's not just a shelter where you're living in, but there's a sense of you that's connected to that home. what happens if it disappears? And a very easy way that you can maybe tap into the mind of somebody that does lose their home in a severe weather storm is if you think about when you visit your parents. A lot of you don't live with your parents anymore. You get this satisfying feeling and you feel very safe in that place. But what if that place was gone? So these are certain ways that it can impact your mental health directly, right? This is essentially where we're going to look at different psychological conditions. We have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. We know that a lot of people experience it. We live in a country that has very high crime rates as well. So a lot of us are exposed to PTSD and we do develop it. It can be developed in relation to climate events as well, right? We also see that we have anxiety and depression. Now, I know this hasn't been proven scientifically, but I always say that Eskom sometimes gives me anxiety, and that's related to our resources. We don't have that strong supply of resources. And essentially, when we don't have that strong supply of resources, what starts to happen? We have additional stress in our lives. So instead of you planning your timetable and saying, I'm going to study this time for my exam, and then getting to that time and the electricity cuts off and you're all stressed out and your entire day is ruined, you don't actually realize that you are developing some form of anxiety. And the next time you've got to write an exam, you're wondering why the stress has compounded. We also see that people develop depression, but that's all related to when they lose something because of climate events that have taken place. Now, we also see that I've already touched on this indirect mental health effects like displacement and the loss of networks due to natural disasters. Something that we see is we grow up in neighborhoods and we grow up in communities, right? When we have a good community, we have, again, a lot of people around us. We're supporting each other. We all grew up with certain neighbors that we could go knock on their door. It didn't matter what time of the night it was, and they would help us. Even if there was any criminal incidents, we could run to them. What happens if you're taken out of that environment and you no longer have that safe space? And if we think of it on a larger scale, we're seeing that there's obviously a lot of wars taking place in the world. There's also a lot of climate destruction as a result of those wars that's taking place, but there's also displacement of people. And when people are displaced, again, we see all these psychological disorders follow or ensue. We also see that there's another effect that's starting to be recognized, which is eco-anxiety. Has anyone heard of eco-anxiety before? Maybe climate anxiety? No? Okay, so eco-anxiety is when you develop anxiety in relation to the environment, right? It could be that you are anxious about food shortages that start to take place because there's a shortage of supply. Remember that when we do have food shortages because of environmental impacts, that means essentially what? They're all related to your psychological well-being. And we know that even when it comes to our physiological well-being, it's linked to our mental well-being as well. Right? So we start to see that this eco-anxiety is actually being recorded more in young people and in women, right? Can anybody think why young people? Why are young people registering more eco-anxiety? Do you care more maybe? Do you think? Do the old people not care? I see one of our colleagues. You thinking? Mm-hmm. I actually love her response. I'll repeat elements of what you said. The exposure to social media and the exposure to climate information, right? So when we have exposure to climate information, it does capacitate us to actually go out and do something about it. But it can also have another effect. You can start to develop climate denial, because when you look at climate change, it's really a big thing. You might be feeling, I'm only one person, I'm really small. What can I do to change the scale of things? And in response to that, people develop different types of responses. They develop anxiety because they can't cope with it, the gravity of climate change. And a lot of them also develop denial. So what we're seeing in a lot of Western nations, people actually develop denial. So they actually say climate change isn't real because they can't comprehend it, or they can't deal with the stress essentially that it's causing in their life. So these types of things are actually happening, but young people are exposed to more climate change communication. You see it on your social media feeds. You see it in universities. You see it everywhere. The problem is we're not then being capacitated to take action collectively. So we're sitting with the information and that's it. And it's causing us to become anxious, right? Another thing that we see also is that we're going to have increased in the vulnerability of our marginalized populations. So we already know that Africa and South Africa, we haven't contributed as much to the current status of the climate that we're seeing. However, we're going to be impacted the most. That's the unfortunate reality. Why are we going to be impacted the most? Firstly, our geographical location. So where we're situated, that's where the climate change effects are going to be very, very harsh. We're looking at very severe weather conditions. It's really, really not a beautiful picture. But the other aspect of it is that when you look at how we deal with different types of disasters, for example, if we have a flood, we need more hospitals, right? We need a greater police force when we have climate disasters. We need the fire stations. We need all these services. The problem is that in developing nations, our services are not at the same standard as developed nations. So when we have these disasters, not only do we have to deal with the disaster and everything that comes along with it, we aren't capacitated, or our services aren't capacitated to assist us as well. So you can imagine if there is a climate change disaster and homes are flooded, you should be able to go to a safe space and gain access to resources. But what if there is not enough resources? People will then be impacted in a second way as well by this climate change event that has taken place. Okay, we also see that we have our indigenous groups, right? We also know that when we look at our indigenous groups, they are usually situated a little bit further from our towns and our cities, which makes it even harder for them to gain access to these resources. Again, we see that it's not just a direct effect of climate change where you think about the weather and you feel a certain way, but it's also impacts on your life and then how that transpires to a psychological effect. Okay. So I want us to just think a little bit of these words I mentioned earlier on. Words like lightning, thunder, severe thunderstorms, earthquakes, flooding, tsunamis, droughts. What do you think of when you hear those words? Maybe tsunamis. Who thinks about something when they hear the word tsunami? Anybody? Yes? Japan, that's a good one. Yes? Anybody else? Yes? Displacement, I love that one. And the gentleman in red? No, in orange, sorry.
Basically, infrastructure like being deteriorated and things like that, you know, where now the business owners and entrepreneurs have to fund the infrastructure, fix it, and things like that, and that affects the economy because now they have to, you know, allocate more funds and resources to sustain the businesses and fix them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really hope you win the lucky draw later on. That was a fantastic response. He referenced the damage to infrastructure. Educational infrastructure is one. When schools are destroyed, where do children go to? When universities are destroyed, where do students go to? When hospitals are destroyed, where do we all go to? Right? And that's not just going to impact us physically, but psychologically as well. When we lose family members, not because they were hurt by the specific event, but because we saw them not being afforded the specific services that they need. How do we deal and cope with that trauma later on in life? Right? So these are all things that we think of when we hear these disasters. But my main thing that I want to highlight is that we don't think of anything positive. Nobody smiled when I read these words. Nobody clapped hands. Nobody was excited. They're quite negative, right? And the fact that we absorb that and we see it as negative, that already indicates that psychologically it's not going to impact us very positively. Okay. So when we look at these indirect mental health effects, right, like our displacement and our livelihood loss and our disrupted social networks, we can look at different examples that have already occurred in South Africa, right? We had in 2021, we had our Table Mountain wildfires. We also had a lot of wildfires towards the end of the year last year along the Eastern Cape region and along the Garden Route. So this isn't something that's so far from us. We might just hear a little bit less about it. We also saw that we had in 2022 our KwaZulu-Natal floods. Does anybody know anybody that was impacted by those floods? I'm very happy. Nobody. Yes, yes, yes. Right? Okay. I was hoping the answer was no, but that's the reality. No, that's the reality. The same as with the Eastern Cape floods. I know a lot of people that were impacted, my own family members that had their houses washed away, essentially in the rural area. I think it's Uitenhage. We then also had our Margate floods in KwaZulu-Natal again, and we also had the droughts of Limpopo that's impacting people up until today. So this drought has lasted from 2020 to 2025, and I think we've seen also a lot of water shortages throughout the years in different regions, right? So we then go on to this impact, right, on our mental health. Now, I'm not going to go through this again, but we're going to just touch on it very slightly so we can save time. So this eco-anxiety, this is actually a chronic fear of environmental doom, and we see it in youth, and it's related to awareness about it, right? And the more you are fed information about these natural disasters, it does kind of increase the likelihood if it's not actioned into pro-environmental action. Now, is anybody familiar with the word pro-environmental action or pro-environmental behavior? No? Okay, so pro-environmental behavior can be anything. It can be something like recycling. It can be something like planting. It can be something like separating your garbage. And if I ask again, does anybody engage in pro-environmental behavior after you heard that? Can you pick up your hands? How many of us do something pro-environmental in our day-to-day lives? That's good. Online as well, please do give us a thumbs up if you do engage in pro-environmental behavior. So that's the idea, right? We want to see essentially how do we take that information and instead of becoming anxious about it, how do we translate it into pro-environmental behavior? And we also want to know what psychological constructs are preventing us from then translating it into pro-environmental behavior. What is stopping us? So every time we know something is good, for example, we know we should recycle. What stops us from recycling? What stops us from going with a group of people out and doing something or starting even a business that's green? What stops us? That's the psychological aspect that we want to see. Okay, so we ask ourselves the question, right? How does psychology play a role in this climate adaptation? So the first thing we're going to look at is our trust and our climate adaptation, right? So firstly, it helps us to see how we engage our stakeholders. So once we understand what's stopping people essentially from engaging in pro-environmental behaviors, we know how to frame information correctly. So this can be something really simplistic. Sometimes we'll hear something on the news or we'll hear something in a specific field, and they'll tell us you need to do this. And all of a sudden we feel like we really don't want to do it, even though it's a good thing, right? Psychology is focused on framing that information in order to motivate you essentially to then engage in that pro-environmental behavior. It's also there essentially to help you to frame the information so that you can have collective action and inspire other people also to engage in that pro-environmental behavior. The next aspect that we look at is obviously our behavior and decision-making process, and that ties into that as well as the promotion of sustainable behaviors. Now, if you think about the community that you live in, right, would you say that you have very pro-environmental norms and values? No, right? Oh, no, it's fine. It's good. Yes? Mm-hmm.
I was just raising my hand to say I do have pro-environmental values. I do live in a community where littering, management actually of just general refuse is people like just don't mind throwing a piece of paper on the floor. They don't mind doing activities that cause pollution and things like that. And I am somebody who had to be conscious and say I will take responsibility as an individual to say, okay, everything I do should be, how can I say this, conducive to a better environment. Whether if I eat something, I'll take it and then I'll put it into the soil, which will end up actually fertilizing the soil. And also I do prefer eating things that are, how can I say this, decomposable as well. And also, yes, healthier for the environment. So.
Thank you, but that's fantastic. But what we're seeing is something that we don't actually have, right? So usually what happens when it comes to climate change, we have something called the bystander effect, right? So in the bystander effect, We all know that we're all responsible for doing something, but we think somebody else is going to do it, and therefore we don't do it. In your case, right, you actually are in an environment that doesn't have a lot of pro-environmental norms, but you're implementing it. But that makes it hard. So what we want to understand is, how do we make that easier for you and everyone like you that is trying to be pro-environmental and that is engaging in that activities? How do we get entire communities to actually engage in pro-environmental behavior? And I see a response. Yes.
Should be more emphasis by corporates to be more responsible in our environment. They should encourage more initiatives that will enable the community to engage in those initiatives to enable corporate social responsibility in our communities, because a lot of times we find companies that operate in a manner that pollutes our environment, and then as communities we don't have much to do, or our government doesn't do much to encourage those companies. They pollute our environments. It's either they're throwing dams in they're throwing like waste in our environment.
Chemical waste.
Yeah, so there should be more emphasis on our corporates to make sure that we all engage in this to be responsible in our environment.
And I definitely agree with you. For example, it's a collective effort. So what if us, or as communities, right, we also only encouraged corporates that do have that green ethos? We only supported those companies as well, and vice versa, where those companies knew that they would only be welcome in our communities if they adhere to those rules as well when it came to green activities. And even something that you said was very, very important. When it comes to this, these different companies dumping of waste in specific areas, we're seeing that we have basically large-scale destruction of our natural environments because of this. So we've got to hold these companies accountable as communities as well. So I definitely do agree with you. It was a fantastic response. Thank you. Right, so we can see from the responses in the room, it's going to require a lot of collective efforts. It's going to require government, businesses, communities as a whole, where we start to essentially hold each other accountable and essentially start to develop norms and social values that's pro-environmental. So essentially, we're going to have to be policing each other to a certain degree, not just policing ourselves, but essentially if we see somebody throwing something onto the ground, speaking to them in a very polite manner and trying to get them also involved in different activities. So if we go on a little bit further, there's something else that was referenced in my presentation. Is anybody studying indigenous knowledge systems at the moment? No? Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about it, just in a few seconds? Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's kind of integrated in our ENG, I think. No, not ENG. AFL. It's African
language studies.
Yeah, African language studies, whereby we are taught about some systems or some knowledge that are being passed down from generations to generations. Yeah.
That's correct, right? So you're touching on the knowledge that's passed on from generation to generation. You're correct. But there's something even more amazing about these indigenous knowledge systems. They also include pro-environmental behavior. So throughout our presentations, we're hearing about the North and the South, and we're also going into our solutions that we have to generate. The question is, why do we have to take solutions from the Western Hemisphere? Why do we have to take solutions from the North when we have solutions that have been working for generations in Africa? We actually do. So the key is that when we do go into these indigenous knowledge systems, we start to identify different types of solutions that communities actually have been using for generation after generation. And something that's even better about that is that when we engage indigenous communities into climate change initiatives, we get greater buy-in and we get greater support because essentially we are using the solutions that's already native to them, as opposed to bringing in an external solution that really creates more damage than good in the long run, right? So So if we look at our different types of indigenous, I want to give you guys some examples, but I don't want to speak off the cuff and then make any mistakes, right? So we see that, for example, we have our, let me dive into it. We have our traditional farming practices, right? So this is not a South African or an African example, but the Nepalese indigenous communities, they have their own agriculture and agroforestry, which they use to essentially manage climate change effectively. We also see that when we look at different types of communities or indigenous communities, they have ways of monitoring early warning systems, essentially, that indicate to them that there is going to be a climate disaster because they do have a great connection to nature. And that's known as the ecological self, that you can also think of, do we still have that connection to nature? And if we don't have that connection to nature, is it separating us from engaging in those pro-environmental behaviors? So when we go to these indigenous communities, we do see that we do have a wealth of knowledge. And our idea in a nutshell is to basically get them to basically teach us about these pro-environmental behaviors in order to implement them in our societies. When it comes to South Africa, we do have traditional weather forecasting in Limpopo. I don't know if anyone has heard of it before, but it has helped a lot essentially to anticipate weather changes. We have fog nets in Ethiopia, we have intercropping in Kenya, we have agroforestry in Mali, and we have all of these things essentially in Africa already implemented. Our idea essentially is to see how it works and how it's going to be effective. Okay, so here we look at this section where we go into the integration between the two, which we have already discussed. So I'm going to kind of cut it short and just highlight that when it comes to this indigenous knowledge, we know that it does contain some blueprints for our climate change adaptation that's not only effective, but it's deeply just, right? We want a just transition and an equitable transition as we're going into our climate change resolutions. We know that these solutions will take into account what are the needs of the indigenous communities and our communities as well. We also want to make sure that it's rooted in respect for the land and the wisdom of ancestors and the inclusion of voices that are usually left out when it comes to global solutions. So the overall idea is that we want to generate these solutions from ourselves, from our traditional knowledge, essentially, so that when it comes to the adoption of the solutions, we are more open to it because we know it's going to do good rather than harm to us in society. Okay, I'm going to cut it short there, colleagues. I think I've rambled on quite a bit. Are there any questions about climate anxiety, climate depression, or the indigenous knowledge systems and how it relates to the constructs? Of course, that's a brilliant question. The key role that psychology plays when it comes to policy making. So remember, when it comes to policy making, we have to have evidence essentially to support a policy that's developed. So at present, what we usually do is we'll say, okay, we need to have these climate policies in place because of this health impact, but we don't have any, or we don't have a lot of studies highlighting the psychological effects or impacts. Now, the problem with that is if we don't have that literature, we're not going to have those policies, which means we're not going to be protected psychologically. We won't have policies in place that's protecting us from the psychological impacts of climate change. We won't be provided with psychological support systems. At present, we already know that it's very difficult to gain access to psychological support in general, right? It's going to be harder when it comes to climate change events as well. So what we've got to do is we've got to use our literature. We've got to engage in greater research and research that's not from the global north, research that's contextualized to us in South Africa, so that can inform policies correctly. Because if we don't inform policies correctly, we will have the development of policies that's not applicable, and then it will be implemented and it will not serve the purpose that it's needed. Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. She's also low-key my co-pilot for those online. So now we will be moving on to the next presenter, our colleague in the GQ, Mrs. Daya, who is the regional director, is it? Regional director in Gqeberha. Regional coordinator in Gqeberha. She will be speaking on regional perspectives on contributions to climate change. Over to you, Rasila.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Good afternoon and good day, and thank you to Program Director and the organizers. I'm not sure if my camera is on because I'm already in presentation mode. Thank you so much, colleagues. Good afternoon and good day, and thank you to Program Director and the organizers. I'm not sure if my camera is on because colleagues, there's a delay at the moment, but nonetheless, colleagues, today I'll be giving you the regional perspective on contributing to climate change, where we are working on more on the practical way of which we are trying to make a difference in our small little office environment in the Gqeberha Port Elizabeth area. All right, if we start with in South Africa, currently we have a population of 65.1 million people living in South Africa, of which we have a between the ages of 15 and 34 years of age, we have a population of 20.9 million. And out of that 20.9 million, sadly, we have 8.9 million people within that age of 15 and 34 years old who are neither or not in employment, education, nor training. And that's what we refer to as a NEET population. And this is the Q1 stats of Stats South Africa. So as an office, to be in line with the pillars of university, and especially pillar 3, where we're looking at the pivot student engagement, engaged scholarship and global impact, we've decided to concentrate on the needs sector and try and make a difference to our population or to our communities in the Gqeberha Port Elizabeth area. So what we have done is we have gone into a project that's called a project or a model that we're using that is called resource mapping, where we are collaborating with our various key stakeholders within our communities. The first main stakeholder is our NGOs. We are working with a variety of NGOs, and with our NGOs, we're trying to seek and understand what are the needs of our communities, in particularly the NEET community. From there, once we've identified the needs of the communities, we've then mapped into and focused and connected with our various stakeholders, one being our UNISA staff, where we're looking at academics as well as support staff. We're then looking at expertise within our alumni chapters, our regional SRC members, as well as industry and government. And together we've come up with various projects which are ongoing. This is a pilot project that we've started this year, and it's an ongoing process. So if we look currently, and the interventions that we've made in our region is, if we're looking at climate change, we're looking at what do our youth require and how can we assist them to change. So first of all, we've gone through an exercise of listening to the needs of our youth, specifically the NEET generation, the NEET group or the community. We then addressed and looking at workshops and interventions where we are addressing the personal wellness. And in that, we're looking at the mental well-being, we're looking at the personal care, as well as wellness in total. And with that, followed with that, we are empowering them on food gardening. Now, our previous speakers have spoken about pro-environmental behavior, and food gardening is an example of that, where you can use existing vegetables and fruit and plant that into your garden and then let that further grow into creating more vegetables and fruit. And this will allow our youth to become self-sustainable and to be able to feed their families, because currently many families are without food and money. Then we've also empowered them, taught them about recycling and repurposing, and that helps us to improve our footprint, carbon footprint. It allows us to reuse what we have already. Currently, even in the affluent environment, there are many thrift shops opening up, and that is reusing and reselling clothing and using, instead of buying new, instead of buying from our imported industry, let us support our local industry and let us use what we currently have with and make money out of that as well. And with that, to making money, we've also empowered them entrepreneurial skills, where they have the know-hows as to how they can market their products, be it from food gardening or from the recycling items that they are wanting to make some money out of. We are also giving our youth the employability skills so that they can go out into the workforce and be successful, be it in an application form, be it in a CV writing, or even in how to prepare for interviews. We then have technology skills. Currently, we have youth that are sitting that have no computer skills at all. So we're starting from basic as well as going to advanced skills. Especially now we're working in an online environment with artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cyberbullying, and our youth need to be aware and to be comfortable and working in an online environment in a secure environment there. Then our continuous interventions that we are doing, we've had a next gen workshop where we had created awareness of all the various topics I've spoken about. We've also doing community career guidance where we're going out to our communities deep in the poverty-stricken environments areas. We are assisting them with career choices. We're assisting them with applications for UNISA as well as funding opportunities. And it's so sad to see that the youth currently, they have matric, but they have no guidance. They have no ambition. They have no desire to study further as they know nothing better. They've not been exposed to the real world, not exposed to real environments, to various opportunities, and they feel that their current environment is all that there is. We also are also engaging with them regarding the gender-based violence awareness and dialogues. We then, as I've mentioned previously, we are doing technological training with them, that basic as well as the awareness of the latest technologies. And our SRC had a fantastic workshop now lately where they had employability workshop, invited key stakeholders, which empowered the youth on all the opportunities that they have once they've completed their studies as well. These are some pictures, but out of the pictures, it's also what lessons we've learned, listening to our youth, listening to what the people's needs are. So we as an office can assist and contribute and provide them with the necessary information they need. At the middle photo there, we gave out handouts. We found that when we wanted interaction, when we wanted some form of fun out of the day, having gifts all the time, promotional all the times, just created a good atmosphere. We had entertainment and involving all our participants in our entertainment, impromptu participants. That was very fun. But through the fun, we also managed to get our message across as well. And then the photo with everybody dancing together, that whatever we do, we cannot do it alone. We are in a community, we have different ecosystems, and together, if we work together, we can achieve what we are trying to achieve. And then amongst all the fun, we do have some serious talks as well, where we can get our message across. In conclusion, what we are trying to do at the region is just a drop in the ocean. However, through this drop, we cannot solve all 8.9 million people's lives, but we can make a difference in the lives of the handful. And by changing one person's life, we believe that we can change a family, and by changing a family, we can eventually change a community. So this is what we are doing in the Eastern Cape, and we are hoping that we can change many more lives to come. Thank you so much. Life, we believe that we can change a family, and by changing a family, we can eventually change a community. So this is what we are doing in the Eastern Cape, and we are hoping that we can change many more lives to come. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Rasila. You are doing such great work that side in the Eastern Cape. Are there any questions for Mrs. Dyer on the floor? None. Let me check if we've got any question online. Okay, nothing so far. Thank you so much. I'm going to be handing over now to Miss Marco and Ms. Nathma. So the next session, they'll be the one who will be leading us and facilitating the ecosystem climate countdown for the next 60 seconds. Is it meant to be 60 seconds or 60 minutes? Okay, 60 seconds to save the Earth from climate catastrophe. Thank you.
I think for the colleagues online, my colleague Richard is going to be assigning everyone to a special breakaway room. So essentially there will be 3 breakaway rooms. Each room has a facilitator. We have our lead facilitator, Mr. Romeo. We have our other facilitator, as well that will be assisting you. Inside the room, they will be guiding you how to play 60 seconds to save the Earth from climate catastrophe. We really hope that you do have fun and just enjoy it. Please don't take it too seriously, but there will be prizes at the end of it. And we will then check in with you after the game has completed, where you will join us again and resume. Okay, we also will have Mr. Russell. I think he should be already online and in one of the rooms, and Mr. Avron as well. So those are your facilitators, Mr. Romeo, Mr. Russell, and Mr. Avron. Okay. Okay, so Richard, I'm handing over to you. We will start the in-person facilitation on the side. If I can, I use
everyone, you will be directed now to an online group. So please just accept the room you're assigned to, and you will be automatically directed
we can have team 1, team 2. We just need representatives. Okay, let me explain it.
You will be directed now to an online group. Will be automatically directed there.
Okay, everyone. So how are we going to play this game? It's almost the same like 30 seconds. Does anybody like 30 seconds? Yes. Did anybody stop speaking to their family members after playing 30 seconds? Yeah, all of us, right? There's some friends that don't speak to us anymore. But this time it's a little bit different, right? So we actually call it 60 seconds, but we're going to have a bit of fun and we're not going to make it so serious today. So we've got our different cards. It's almost the same as 30 seconds. And essentially what you will do is you'll just lift up a card, the same like you played it. And on top of the card, you have a green word, right? This is the word that you're responsible for miming or describing or anything else. But because we want to give you a little bit of help, what we've done is we've actually given an explanation. So this serves 2 purposes. Number 1, you can actually learn a new word and add it to your dictionary and vocabulary. Number 2, in case you get stage fright, essentially, there's some little words that can help you. The only rule is that even though sometimes you'll see the green word is integrated in the explanation, you can't use that word, right? Or your team loses. So today we're going to have 2 teams. We're going to say this is team A and this is team B, right? Are you guys happy with that? But now each team has to elect 5 participants that are going to be basically describing the cards. So amongst yourself, this side, is there any 5 volunteers? Okay, come to the front. My 5 volunteers, please come to the front. And this side, do we have any 5 volunteers? Please come to the front, please. Come. Okay, Marco, can you? Marco's going to shuffle the cards for us and we're going to divide it. So you. I see. Okay. So we've got 5, right? Okay. You can stand right. Okay. On this side of the line, and then we'll have our other 5 on the side. Remember, they're not your friends, right? They're your enemies for the day. Okay. Marco, should we keep time? 60 seconds, 60 seconds. I think it's going to be, okay, so.
Please do the time.
I'll do the time.
Please do the time.
Okay, guys, so you have 60 seconds to describe your card, right? Go on to the next card. But there's a trick. You can't go on to the next card if the team didn't get it. That's the problem, okay? Does it make sense? Yes, right? Okay, who's the first person going to go on this side? You. No, you. Okay, are you going to start for us in green? You're going to start. Okay, right? Remember 60 seconds. Go through as many cards as you can in 60 seconds, right? And then you will be starting on, you start on the side. Okay, can we do this? Okay, I need to make sure you aren't going to cheat and see the cards behind and then mime to each other. Okay, so she will be the police officer. The person that's miming. Your colleagues on the side can also help by trying to help everybody else, right? But you can't show them the card. I'm watching the 2 of you. Not mime. You can mime or you can describe. The same like 30 seconds. You are too close. So if you move a little bit that way, then you can start guessing, right? Everyone is guessing this side, only she's describing, but you're going to get a chance to basically have her job as well, right? You're the elected officials, the same as this side. Okay. Okay. Remember, we're going to make it a bit more easy. It's going to be 6. 1, 1, 1. So we both. Not at the same time. Not at the same time. Yeah. Don't stress. I mean, you can. I've got the timer, 1 minute. Okay, let's roll the dice to see who's going to go first. We have to be fair. I don't want you guys to find out. The time. We've got the time. Okay, Marco will be holding the timer for us. Okay, so who's going to throw first? Ladies first. Okay, 6. 4. Okay. Let's curse the dice. Let's see. You're going first. Actually, you get to choose. Do you want to go first or second? You'll go first. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Ready, set, go.
Can I use opposites?
Yes, you can use opposite. Yeah.
Okay. Your food is not cooked. You do this to it, and then it's cooked. Like your meat is raw, and then you apply something, and then it's cooked. No, it's not cooked. You, yes. Okay. Okay. Water goes in the sky. It comes back down as. Okay. I put this to make in my drink to make it cold. Okay. Oh no. Very bad weather conditions, like rain, but then like very bad rain. CFC.
Very well done.
No, but then it says greenhouse. So like.
Greenhouse.
Oh,
You don't
no,
have
okay.
time. Okay. I'm going to ask you to keep your cards. Right? That's evidence that you won.
It's set on 10, on 1.
On 1 minute.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, again.
They got like four. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so I got the card like this. You're gonna have it like this, but I'm gonna ask you to stand this side. There we go. Are you ready, Marco?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, go.
Harmful substances in the air.
Pollution.
Yes. This word recognizes that climate change has unequal impacts. Climate inequality? The first word correct. Second one starts with a J. Okay, this word is the large-scale removal of forests. This word comes from natural resources that are constantly replenished, such as solar. Yes. Means achieving a balance between emitting carbon and absorbing carbon. Out.
Okay. But I can't tell them because it's vacant. Okay, so I see we're gonna have a royal rumble. Here we go.
No.
She's actually right. She's right. So the only word that we can't give you is deforestation because the word forest is in it. No, you can't. You can use any of the words, but not the one that's less.
No, I didn't say deforestation. I said forestation.
You said forest.
But it's right. I said forestation. I didn't say
Okay.
forest.
Okay, can we give them the point? You guys still are ahead.
This is small and I think
How can she explain without the word forest? How can she explain without using the word forest?
Okay, when it was explained, they said we can use this.
I have an idea, right? Okay. So if there is a tie, right? This card, they'll lose this card. But if they win you guys by a landslide, then we'll give them the point. Does that sound fair, right? But going forward, we're going to follow your rules. If any part of the word is even in, you cannot use it, right? So remember, only if there's a tiebreaker, you're going to win by default because this card is a half a mark, basically. Okay? Are we happy with that? We have to. Okay, but we have to go with it. Okay, are you guys ready? Next participant. Okay, so just to revise, although there are words at the bottom right, you can't use any word that's included, right? Okay. Okay, Martha.
Can I pass this one? Yeah. Okay, when we are talking about the future of improving our environment. Yes, correct. Okay, okay, when we have like when we build
Good job, like this one, you got this one. Okay. We ready?
I only read. I don't think.
Okay, guys. Request this. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. But. Okay. It's funny.
Seconds to save the earth from climate catastrophe. Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide trap. No. Actions to reduce emissions and slow climate change. Natural processes that warms earth intensifies by human emission. Oh. Ancient climate data from ice cores and sediments helps. A circular economy aims to eliminate waste and keeps resources for use as long as you gave me couple. Well.
Okay, guys. The pets. Okay. Third participant, please. Okay, you will notice it is becoming more difficult. That's not a mistake. Are you ready?
Alphabet. IPCC. You said I should do the alphabets.
Next one, just take the message.
A second way, warming cause effects that lead to more warming. A second way, warming causes effects that lead to more warming. No. No. A basic chemical element forms CO2, a major greenhouse gas. Yes. Is a large-scale removal of forest, often for agriculture or urban development. Yes. Recognize that climate change has an equal impact and seek to.
You've got one.
The half.
Half. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take what you take. Are you ready?
Means achieving a balance between emitting carbon. No, I said carbon.
Okay, next one. You don't have to read the explanation. You can make your own explanations up. Okay. That's just the guide.
Natural processes that warms Earth intensified by human emissions. Yes. Permanently frozen ground throwing releases methane. We had it. Okay, can I? Okay. Natural process that warms Earth intensified by human emissions.
It was two.
A cycle where warming causes effects that lead to more warming. No. Skip. A circular economy aims to eliminate waste and keep our.
Yeah, they are because we're not getting it right. Yeah. So it goes back, yes. But there was a difference. The one was greenhouse gases, the other one was greenhouse effect. Two different. Okay, I'm gonna read.
Which one? No. You mean this one?
The screen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which one? The one
Yeah, no, I'm giving you both. Okay, Marco, can you shuffle the cards for us so we don't get the same ones?
Okay. This one's just outside. It says fine. Yeah.
This is.
I'm hoping.
I'm also hoping.
I'm hoping. Singing so far.
Compared to what we had on the outside. Yeah, so it's better now. Okay, so it go to my time.
Okay, who's going? The first. Okay, are you ready? Ready, Matu? Yes.
Height of ocean surface rising due to melting ice and thermal expansion. Yes. Long-term weather patterns changing to human activity. Long-term weather patterns. Yes. Capturing and storing CO2 to reduce atmospheric levels. Permanently frozen ground thawing releases methane. Permanently frozen ground level thawing releases methane. Permafrost. Yes, you got it. Climate justice recognizes that climate change. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, who's next? Did everyone get a chance already? You must still go. Okay. You need to stand this side. Oh my gosh! Don't check the box. Hey, this side. Ready? Ready? Set. Go. Okay. Fine. If you don't know chamber.
So it's pass. A secular economic aims to eliminate waste.
In your own work.
Okay. It's not me. The way.
Go.
So it's a powerful green gas house from livestock, fuel.
Carbon monoxide.
Methane. Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay. It's not terrible. Okay. What's next? Are you ready? Okay. She's not ready. Are we ready, guys?
Are we ready? Oh, okay.
Okay. Marcus, ready? Ready, set, go. There you go.
Achieving a balance between carbon and absorbing carbon from the atmosphere. Yeah. Convert sunlight into electricity and it cleans. Solar? No. What are those? Yes. A community of organisms and their environments, isn't it? Yes. It is made from plants, cleaner than fossil. It is, we pour it, go garage. No. Yes.
Versions. The version of what you say.
So when we don't say lifestyle, which we say
Time.
I was trying to do it.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Please, guys.
Just read.
Okay. Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready, Matu?
But so when something changes, right? Like something happens and then it has to something to the environment, like you're adjusting. What is a synonym for adjusting? Yes. Okay, so now when something is really bad, ne, like let's say a crime happens, what is the first thing that you want? No, just but add climate change. Yes. It's a main greenhouse gas that is prominent in, like we breathe it out. Carbon. Yeah. Yes. So companies and big, like when you emit greenhouse gases, ne, what do we call that? What is the impact of that? Like it's a
Carbon footprint.
Yes. We have climate every day, right? When it's sunny, when it's rainy, what is it called? Okay. Nice.
Everyone gets a chance to go already. Everyone, wait. No. Okay. Do you each want to elect one person from your team to do the final round?
Yes. Guys,
I'm moved.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to the dice. We'll see who gets to choose who goes first. Okay. Sir. Okay. So. Okay, we are on two. You were two. You five. Okay, do you want to go first or second? He goes first. Okay. So, are you ready? Yeah. One. Okay. Two. Yeah, you're doing. I'm starting.
Climate conditions. Today it's sunny, tomorrow it's rainy, tomorrow. Yes. CO2, the C in CO2. And yes, and then I'm not hot, I'm not cold, I'm not on this side, I'm not on that side, no, side. Yes, yes. I'm at a particular situation where I'm about to fall over. No. What am I doing? What am I doing? No. Yes, that word, right? And then I take the stick and then I. That makes sense. Okay, it's got to do with money. My money is going to move around in a circle.
That's your conscience. Don't want them to play. That's the green thing. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Thanks.
Moving air.
Win.
I have a plastic bottle. I just drank water. What do I do to it to save the environment?
Okay, you're skipping that one.
I need them easy. Ma'am, please.
I'm sorry, I'm not using him.
Okay, there's lots of water. It just rained a lot. Like there's so much water. Yes. It's that big round thing in the air. It shines. Yes. It is energy that comes from natural resources.
Renewable energy.
Yes. The UN has a set of goals. Yes. I'm out. Okay, how would you describe renewable energy?
I took out renewable energy, so it's fine.
What other one? Oh, we're also clicking this. One.
It's up.
It's up. That one is what? Are you sure about?
Please feel the previous one. No, we go.
Oh,
We gave you up. Oh, but it's good. We must fight. Yes. Okay.
Overall, we all.
You can sign your cards and then Marco will do a check and we'll see which team has won. You count as well so that we don't rob you.
Okay.
How many do you have? What? 14. You like it very well. Yeah, very well. Hey, it's very difficult. The game is very difficult. There's different levels in it. So there's level 1, level 4, level 3. Marco, how many? 13. 13. Oh my gosh. They have 14 cards. So they beat you by 1. By 1. But okay, so let's give both teams a round of applause and 14 and 13, and it was very, very tight, and everyone's name is going to go into the lucky draw, and there will be 4 people receiving prizes in person today. 4 people will be receiving prizes. Okay, so don't forget to write your names down. But thank you so much, guys. You've learned a lot with us as well. For the participants that were in front, your names will go twice into the bag that we're going to shake, and also you have double chances of winning. Just to say thank you for your participation. Okay. Thank you so much, guys. But now we need to give them papers and pens.
Eh? What's that? No, is there the shuffle? Oh, Allah. Allah.
But I put on the plate box. I forget how to do it. I just hold on them. So and see that. Honey, on one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
why I said electricity, and we're done. Why I said electricity, and we're done.
Hi everyone, the people from the rooms are back.
Yes, we are back.
Hi everyone, the people from the rooms are back.
Yes, we are back.
Yeah, louder. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. What the name? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes, even. You. And then you think what? What? Oh, we went to that. No, I will not in that. Yeah. Yeah, really wanted it was the same time. I didn't. It's
Maybe. But there was that movie. Okay. So do you want to see then as you guys are leading the game session with hi everyone. I don't know, colleagues online, can you hear us?
No, we can't hear you, Natma.
I thought with that Dimitri was
But it's so short.
for them to hear.
Hi colleagues online, are you with us?
We are here, Natma, but no, we can't hear you, Natma.
Oh my gosh, okay, that's terrible. I'm just going to ask our colleagues to weigh in from the breakaway rooms for just a 2-minute section to just tell us your experience
We
and the
are here, Natma, but we.
But how are they responding?
We can hear you now, Natma. Can hear you now, Natma.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, everyone. You're in.
Perfect. Okay, so Richard is an old colleague of mine, so I'm sure he gave me all the most intelligent people, because nobody struggled except for IPCC, and so we decided that we are going to call it the governing body of the climate change, or the FIFA, just because we need to know that it's the top the top governing body for climate change. I think it was difficult to recognize it because we weren't really aware of the fact that that a body like that does exist. So that was the only difficulty we had during the whole session. But I don't know what books these people read, but they are much smarter than me.
Thanks, everyone. Russell, can we
They are
hear
much
from you?
smarter than me.
Good afternoon,
Thank you,
everyone.
everyone. Romeo.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can go. You go ahead.
Fantastic. So I just want to say that my group in room 3 were absolute rock stars. They were fantastic. We had a very unfortunate challenge with one of our group members unmuting during my presentation and creating a great deal of it seems I'm cursed to have people unmuting while I'm talking today. Unbelievable. I'm going to apologize to my group because apparently I'm cursed. So if it hadn't been for the unfortunate unmuting during our activity, I'm certain that my group would have gotten every single card. As it is, we got all the way up to level 5 and we nailed the first 2 on level 5 as well. The only one that gave us any real trouble was Feedback Loop, which is interesting because the one after it was IPCC, and I barely finished describing that when one of my group members, you know, sort of put IPCC down in the chat for us. Feedback Loop was just a tough one because I couldn't quite get the group to feedback. Eventually, I had to resort to talking about, you know, what lecturers write on assignments before returning them to students. It was good fun. Thank you so much. Eventually, I had to resort to talking about, you know, what lecturers write on assignments before returning them to students. It was good fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russell. We really appreciate all your work and effort, and as well with dealing with the curse that you're referencing. It really happens to the best of us. We're going to now ask Mr. Romeo as well to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Namtha. I think also from my side, in terms of the breakaway sessions, I think what I can reflect on is that I've noticed that for most of us, or well, for myself as well, I think that climate change is quite a huge topic, and we tend to get overwhelmed every time when we hear the word. But I think that from a games perspective, we learn a lot through play. So during that game, I also noticed that it made it a little bit easier to engage on the topic of climate change, and it also helped us to sort of contextualize ourselves in the bigger scheme of the debate in terms of climate change. And I think that we had a little bit of challenges in terms of the network issues and the delays and so forth. But those who were able to participate, I did see their responses come online, even though it was delayed, but they did manage to get some of the words. And I think that as with the other group, we also struggled a bit with trying to get IPCC in terms of trying to explain it and also trying to put it in a way in which somebody can easily understand it. I think that was the most challenging word. But in terms of the game itself, I think that the game is a good tool in terms of orientating the people to climate change and also giving them a platform to express themselves and also locate themselves in the bigger conversation of climate change. So I was quite happy with the participation. And I think there's also room for improvement as well in terms of making the game more user-friendly and also getting the debate out there and making sure that people participate in climate change engagements. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
They're not, the mic's not working. No. Like, gonna have to ask you.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we can. Yeah. Yes.
Thank
And the eh? Oh, no. Okay. We need to take shades very much. No, don't fall, please. Okay. Thank you so much. It's a pizza. You. I would say. Yeah, because we also want UNISA, I think, to be there, and we were also kind of guy. Thank you. Can I go ahead to the guy? But with the question, no, so we're still doing the raffle prize. Okay, so we will be doing the raffle now. So where is the? I think this is for you.
Absolutely.
That's a clever one, eh?
The first prize that we have is a headset, and we will deal with the winners online as well in a few seconds. So, ma'am, will you please find our lucky winner of our first gift? As you can see, it's completely fair. Are you ready? Okay, you can read it.
Inigo Chauke. Motheo Botlhoko. Be mindful of
step.
Yeah. Charity Katlego.
The last winner.
Okay, the last winner. Ooh, the important winner. Lesego Moeti. Lesego. O absent. Mare lebitso le teng. Is it me? Okay. Oh, so I just need to make it. Let's see. Yeah, online now.
Second. Okay. Can I give you the next? Just tell them that or big one. That's it.
Good afternoon, colleagues online and students. So we just had a raffle and our colleagues here in person have gotten their prizes. Now I'm going to announce our online winners. We have 4 online winners, and please, after I call out your name, send your information to Miss Yvonne Marco or Miss Natma Sami so that they can ship your prize to you. We have Shamsat Khan. I hope I'm not butchering your name. And our next winner is Fanisa Susan Mtombeni. Our third winner is Lungelo Lutuli. And our fourth winner is Audrey Vantana. I'm not sure. Yeah. Is this an N or a T? Audrey. Oh, okay. Audrey Vanyana. So those are our 4 online winners. So let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so now we are almost at the end of our program, guys. Ne? Please be patient. I'm going to call Makatsela Budnuane to come and give us reflections, like maybe just for 5 minutes, not too long. And then after that, we'll have a vote of thanks from Memangope, and then that will be the end of our session. I'm Shaila Nizadla, guys.
Thank you once again. I think my reflections are going to be short. I think as from myself, as well as I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that we've learned a lot from the symposium, and it was very insightful, especially in terms of locating ourselves in the bigger debate. I think what stood out for me at the beginning of the presentation was what Dr. Chetty said in terms of building climate-ready graduates. I think that is very important in order for us to infuse the issue of climate change into our graduate programs, and also make sure that our students are well equipped when going outside into the outside world to sort of speak about these issues, and also be aware as to how these impact on them in terms of themselves and their broader community. And also we learned about the entrepreneurial opportunities that are there in climate change. I think it was Dr. Tapiwa who spoke about that. That was very insightful for me. I've never thought about it in terms of the way that he framed it and the type of work that they are doing in their organization in terms of highlighting these opportunities and making sure that we as young people and as well as students of the broader UNISA community are able to partake and also locate ourselves in this entrepreneurial opportunities, because the example that he made in terms of that one student who used the baobab tree and the products that were made and how they are sourced and how they are in demand now, I think it was an eye-opening experiences. And also, if we also look in our communities, I'm sure that there is a lot that we can do. And if we just apply ourselves and also try and collaborate with these organizations and try and see how they can also help us to further these entrepreneurial opportunities, because oftentimes what we know is that in terms of business opportunities, people tend to do the same things. But what we have learned is that if you come up with something that is new, something that is unknown or refined, then you can be able to succeed in that space. And he also spoke about harnessing the power of the sun in terms of green energy. And we also know that in South Africa as well, we have a crisis in terms of load shedding and stuff like that. And also things like solar panels now are becoming much more prominent. And it's very important for us also to move away from relying on organizations like Eskom and to try and move towards much more greener energy. But I think what really caught my mind or my attention was that in a country like ours, you will find that things like solar panels, we are encouraged to use green energies, but things like solar panels, you find that a government is still charging people tariffs even if they have solar panels. So it's like from ourselves and from the conversations of the symposiums that we are having, we really need to think about how are we going to do that balancing act? How do we sway on the side of being sustainable and also balancing the conflicting interests that are brought about by our communities as well. And there was a speaker who also spoke about youth in climate finance. I mean, she raised a lot of important issues in terms of the budgets and everything that is allocated in terms of monetary funds that are there to address the issue of climate change. I think that is something that is often overlooked, and we know that there are these types of budgets available. It's just that as the youth, maybe sometimes we do not have access to this information. So I think what the symposium has highlighted is for us to go out there and do our own research so that we can try and locate ourselves in the bigger scheme of the conversation. And I also thoroughly enjoyed the talk on climate change and psychology, because I mean, sometimes these things happen, but we are not aware of it. So once in a while, when you do get a presentation that sort of illuminates the causality between climate change and psychology, it's very important, as well as in our communities, because these things affect us, especially in terms of the natural disasters that are currently happening in the country or that have happened, and the way that people have been displaced. I mean, this is not just a South African issue. This is it's a global issue, but also much more importantly, it's an African issue, because we can even see on the news these type of things are happening and people are impacted, especially considering that Africa has a large population of refugees. So it's very important to sort of get that connection and that understanding of how does climate change affect the psychological well-being of people. And in terms of game, I mean, in terms of psychology, in terms when you are playing a game or when you are involved in a game, you learn a lot from that, because people are having fun and they are able to interact. So in terms of the overall symposium, I'm very delighted to be here and to sort of shed in this experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that recap of the day. So I am told, Hare, we have Ndate Mudisele in our midst, who will be representing the Regional Director of Gauteng, just to give a short message of support, and then after that we'll have Memangope and close. Ndate Mudisele. Okay, thank you. Dr. Nduli, can you please come forward? Because online, they can also see and hear you.
Okay, colleagues and students, thank you very much for participating in this important discussion. We did not only learn, but for ourselves, but we also learned for our communities where we're coming from, and the education that we have sourced from this symposium will go like wildfire. And I'm actually glad that there are students who are already doing something about it. They are aware, but today their knowledge was enhanced. So thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you on behalf of the Gauteng region, and I'm glad that students came and others, they came even in numbers. Students online, our Gauteng, not Gauteng, but our regional counterparts from other regions. They also participated and presented. Thank you, Rasla, for a lovely presentation, just to show what is happening in other regions. And those who have not yet started, I am sure that they are motivated today, that they need to look, even setting committees in the regions where we can start doing something about the climate change to show that we are ready for it, or we have to make students ready for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siyabonga kakhulu Mama, and she's been here from the beginning of her session, and said throughout. Now we're gonna have Memangope to give us a vote of thanks, and then we'll close. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the program director. And I think the latter speaker has spoken on my behalf, highlighting, the presentation that was done. I think it was very insightful and we really appreciate it. And once more, we want also to say thank you to the Office of Gauteng Region for the support that they have provided to us, and also for where we are, because they are responsible for that. We like to thank them. I'm going to say thank you also to the presenters, Dr. Ngongwani, Dr. Chetty, Dr. Muzata, Miss Madi, Mesemi, who is always with us, to Medaya, probably she's joining us. Thank you so much also for the presentation that you have done for us. And as I've said, that the most important ones are the students that they have attended in person and also in regions, and also to the Office of the Regions to say thank you so much. And also you see the students in green, they were participating in our debate. So this is us saying that we are continue with the climate change. We are not leaving it. And I also love what was discussed regarding what can we do about it. Where there's a problem, there's always a solution and then the opportunity. So thank you so much for availing yourself. And I also want to extend this to say that good luck with your exams, which they are very important. And remember that you need to rest as well. And please take it easy on coffee. Take it easy. I know that we love to drink energy drinks, which they've got, the effect of it. We have seen it, we have experienced it. I think Dr. Ntuli can attend to that we lost one of our students and we don't want to lose another student again. So I always emphasize that you need to rest. We want you to pass, but your body, you must listen to your body. It's very important to do that. So I'm not going to take your time, Program Director. I can see that you are looking at me. And I would like to say thank you so much to Memako. Thank you so much to Mesemi for making this possible, and other colleagues that they have joined us online. Thank you so much. In absentia, Office of the Dean of Students, and ADBOC, and also in Sanyelo and Department of Physiology, Psychology. Without you, wouldn't have made this far. And most importantly, I want you students to give yourself a round of applause for joining us. And I will have made a huge mistake if I don't acknowledge colleagues that they are always with us. As you can see, cameras, everything that is happening and connecting us. Without them, we wouldn't have made it. And the beautiful pictures that they always share with us, we really appreciate it. Even we shine within our reports. They always ask, thank you so much. And our program director, thank you so much. We had a discussion and said that that we need to include youth to speak to youth. They understand it better. If it's me, they will never understand me. And remember that, as Dr. Thelma Lou said, that practice what we preach. We start today to say, let's take the papers. We've got the recycling bins outside. Let's take the bottles. So we'll do away with the bottles in the near future so that you can see that we are really implementing what we are saying as UNISA. And she also mentioned that we can make a huge impact as UNISA students and UNISA staff. On that note, I know that the organizer have organized refreshments for you. If you can take a seat and we will come to you. Thank you.
Colleagues and students online, we have closed. Thank you, Memangope, for that. I think you've extended gratitude to everyone, organizers, everyone that was involved, participants, and all our attendees. The session is adjourned. Thank you.